Welcome to Dreamy Detective, where every mystery holds a heartbeat and every clue whispers through time. Tonight, journey with us into the heart of a forgotten manor, where hundreds of clocks stopped ticking at exactly 3:07 a.m. This is the Frozen Timepiece, a story of secrets, recursion, and the one detective who dared to wind the hands of fate. Chapter 1. The Call to Vale Manor. It began with a call just before dawn, one of those hollow hours where the world hangs breathless between night and day. Even the city felt unnaturally still, its usual chorus of distant horns and murmuring traffic silenced under the weight of whatever was waiting on the line. I answered before the second ring. "Detective Cross? It's Mallory. You're going to want to see this for yourself." There was a tension in her voice that told me this wasn't routine, and Sergeant Mallory didn't rattle easily. Vale Manor. The horologist, Quentin Vale. He's dead. But it's the clocks. Every one of them stopped. Same time, 3:07 a.m. I was out the door in under 10 minutes. The drive out to Vale Manor took me west, past the waking edge of the city and into the fog-bound countryside. As dawn crept in, the skyline faded behind me like a photograph left in sunlight too long. Miles of empty road unrolled under tires slick with dew, and then, suddenly, it was there. Perched at the edge of a craggy slope, Vale Manor looked less like a home and more like the final resting place of something ancient. Victorian architecture strained under the weight of ivy and time. Spindled turrets jutted against the gray sky like crooked fingers, and every window, over 100 I'd later count, reflected only the clouds. None of them open, none of them broken. I pulled into the gravel circle and shut off the engine. The manor didn't hum with the soft activity of a crime scene. No distant voices, no flicker of police lights, just the cold wind stirring the bare trees and the feeling that time itself had grown brittle here. A uniformed officer I didn't recognize stood near the front door. He nodded wordlessly and stepped aside. Inside, the silence was worse. The main hall was a long corridor of deep carpet, dark wood paneling, and brass sconces that hadn't seen electricity in decades. The air smelled faintly of wax and cedar, and something metallic underneath. I could hear Mallory's voice echoing faintly from deeper in the house. But what caught me immediately were the clocks. They were everywhere. Mantel clocks on shelves, pocket watches encased in glass, towering grandfather clocks lined against the walls like sentinels. Some elegant, others grotesquely baroque, many older than the manor itself, and every single one displayed the exact same time. 3:07. The sheer number of clocks was overwhelming. Hundreds, no, maybe more. Like some obsessive shrine to time itself. The ticking I expected was absent. No rhythmic chimes or mechanical talking, just stillness. A profound, unsettling stillness. Sergeant Mallory emerged from a side hallway, her face pale beneath her cap, eyes tight. Upstairs, his study. She handed me a pair of nitrile gloves before I could ask. I slid them on silently. "No sign of forced entry," she said as we walked. "Nothing broken, nothing stolen. The caretaker let us in. Found him early this morning. Said the manor alarm hadn't triggered." "And the clocks?" I asked. "Every last one," she replied. "Even the digital ones. Battery-powered. Not connected to anything. All stopped. 3:07 a.m. I followed her up the grand staircase, my hand grazing the polished banister. The scent in the house deepened here. Old books, oils, dust. The second floor opened to another wide corridor, this one lined with portraits and framed sketches of mechanical gears and escapement designs. Vale had clearly documented everything. His study was at the end of the hall. A set of tall oak double doors stood partially ajar. Mallory nodded toward them, then stepped back. "Take your time," she said. "We're still cataloging the rest of the clocks downstairs." I pushed open the door. The study was massive, almost cathedral-like, with vaulted ceilings and walls of books reaching 3 stories high. A wrought-iron spiral staircase connected the levels, wrapping around a central pillar embedded with antique clock faces, all stilled mid-motion. At the far end, near a massive bay window draped in dark green velvet, was the body. Quentin Vale. Slumped forward over the remnants of a shattered grandfather clock. The wood splintered around him in a semicircle. Glass embedded in the carpet glinted like frost. His face rested inches from the metal hands of the dial, which had broken loose and lay splayed beside him. There was no blood, no trauma that I could see. His hands were open, palms up, resting on either side of the broken casing, as though he'd been placing something inside, or removing it. I knelt beside him. His expression was peaceful, eyes closed, mouth slightly parted, like he'd fallen asleep mid-breath. That's when I noticed the pocket watch. It lay between his feet, half buried under a thin scatter of shattered brass gears and springs. Unlike the others in the room, it wasn't ornate. No engravings, no flourish. Just a plain brass case, worn smooth with age. Its hands were frozen. 307. But it wasn't broken. The second hand was missing entirely, and something inside ticked once, just once, when I picked it up. I turned the pocket watch over carefully, half expecting the ticking to resume. It didn't. Instead, the metal pulsed with a faint warmth. Barely there, like something recently held or freshly wound. But there was no crown, no hinge or seam. It wasn't a typical watch, not in any conventional sense. Still kneeling, I held the piece up to the light. No markings, no manufacturer. Just a tiny, almost imperceptible line etched into the back of the casing. A spiral, looping inward until it vanished at a central point. I felt it with my thumb. It was deeper than it looked, more a carved groove than a scratch. Vale's body offered no further clues. His pulse had long since gone, and rigor was beginning to settle in. I didn't see a weapon or any immediate indication of cause. It would take the coroner's report to know for sure, but my instincts told me this was no ordinary death. The shattered grandfather clock bore closer inspection. It lay against the wall in a jagged collapse, its face cracked cleanly in two, its inner mechanics scattered across the oriental rug. Something about its destruction didn't match a simple fall. It looked deliberate, purposeful. No damage to the base. The pendulum was still secured within the casing, as if Vale himself had tried to open it forcefully, or had thrown himself into it. Among the wreckage was a half-folded sheet of paper. I slid it out from under the pendulum weight and opened it slowly. It was covered in scrawled notes, doodles, partial diagrams, and fragmented phrases, written in what I guessed was Vale's handwriting. One line repeated 3 times down the page. "If the time stops, don't wind it again." Beneath that, a sketch of a round watch encased in a square vault. It was surrounded by mirrored panels and small piles of what appeared to be salt. I folded the page and slipped it into my coat pocket, standing slowly. Mallory was waiting outside the study when I stepped back into the hall. "Anything?" she asked. I showed her the pocket watch. This was under him, still warm. No markings, no crown. Doesn't belong to any known design I've seen. She raised an eyebrow. Could be what he was working on when whatever happened. "Maybe," I said, "but that wouldn't explain the rest of it." "The clocks?" I nodded. "Every one, even the ones on backup batteries, even mechanical, even digital." She bit her lip. "It's like time itself stopped. Or someone made it look that way." I descended to the lower floor again, this time more slowly, studying the placement of clocks along the way. They weren't just scattered randomly. They were positioned methodically, some symmetrical to furniture, others arranged facing each other in narrow, mirrored corridors of reflection. And everyone said 3:07. Exactly. Not a minute before, not a second after. Something had triggered this. I found the caretaker in the kitchen, sitting on a stool with a cup of untouched tea in front of him. Thin man, mid-60s maybe, dressed in worn trousers and a faded button-up. He had the look of someone who'd worked for the Vale family long before Quentin had inherited the estate. He stood when I entered, stiffly. "Detective," he said with a nervous nod. "I'm Thomas Keene. Been with Mr. Vale for near 20 years. You were the one who found the body." "I came in just after 5 to start the fires and open the curtains. Saw the study door open and—" He shook his head. "I knew something was wrong the moment I heard nothing ticking. In this house, that's like walking into a forest without birds." "When was the last time you saw Mr. Vale alive?" "Yesterday afternoon. He had his supper in the observatory. Seemed in good spirits. Said he'd be working late in the study. That wasn't unusual." "Did he mention any visitors?" Thomas hesitated. "Not directly, but he'd been talking to someone." "Who?" "Didn't say, but I'd hear his voice through the floor at night, low, like he was arguing with someone. Except, when I checked the cameras, no one ever came in. Not once." I blinked. "There are cameras?" He nodded and gestured toward a side cabinet with a modest setup. 5 monitors, each showing a black and white feed from different angles around the manor. The footage looped through a 48-hour cycle. He rewound to the night before and let it play at triple speed. Nothing. No movement, no vehicles, no visitors. Just one camera, facing the rear conservatory, flickered once at exactly 3:07 a.m., then cut to static for a full 2 minutes. Thomas scratched his head. "I don't understand it. They're on different lines. Why only that one glitch?" I paused the footage, noting the timestamp. "Where does that conservatory door lead?" "To the hedgewalk. Past that is the storage shed, but it's been sealed for years." "Mind showing me?" The hedgewalk behind the house was overgrown but passable. The cold air bit sharper here, and the silence thickened again. No birds, no wind, only the crunch of our steps. The shed door was weathered steel with an old mechanical lock. Thomas fished out a ring of keys and unlocked it. The door opened with a sigh. Inside, dust-blanketed rows of covered furniture, rusted tools, and more clocks, smaller ones, boxed and labeled. On the back wall was a glass case set into the brick. Inside it, a twin of the pocket watch I'd found by Vale's body. Identical spiral etching. But this one was ticking. Software measured. Exactly 6 seconds behind 3. 07. I snatched the iron key and stuffed the journal into my coat, motioning for Thomas to step back. The watch in the shed had just ticked to 3:06:59, and if Vale's notes were right, we had seconds before. What? A breach? A synchronization? I wasn't sure I wanted to find out. We rushed back to the shed, my boots crunching the gravel harder with each step. When we entered, I immediately noticed the change. The ticking was louder. The glass covering the case had fogged slightly from within. "Help me with this," I said, kneeling at the base. I slid the key into the lock. It fit perfectly. One turn. The wax seal cracked. A hiss of cool air escaped the case like exhaled breath. Inside, the salt had begun to vibrate. A slow tremor pulsed through the velvet platform. I reached in and lifted the ticking watch. Its weight was unnatural, heavier than brass, like holding a coiled spring that wasn't meant to unwind. The second hand was still absent, yet the watch continued ticking. 3 hours, 7 minutes, 0 seconds. It had caught up. The manor let out a moan. A structural shudder passed through the walls, faint but undeniable. Thomas gripped the doorway, looking back toward the main house. "Did you feel that?" "Yeah," I said grimly. "We're out of time." We brought both watches back inside and set them on the long dining table beside Vale's torn blueprints and sketches. The journal made it clear that the eternal regulator, as he called the device, was more than an artifact. It was a conduit, a kind of mechanical key designed to measure something beyond time as we understood it. A metaphysical regulator, Vale had written, not to keep time, but to contain it. One note in the margins stood out. It doesn't kill the moment. It preserves it, like a snapshot of existence held on a blade's edge. But the more watches there are, the closer we get to overlap. Another line below it. Time is not a river. It's a house of locked doors. The regulator opens one of them. That explained the vault, the mirrors, the salt. It also explained the clock room. Vale hadn't just been collecting clocks. He was spacing out time, distributing fragments across the manor like anchors. Trying to delay the moment all of them would match again. Somehow they had. And I feared what door had just opened. That's when we heard it. A ticking sound, coming from the walls. Not mechanical, not rhythmic, organic, wet, like fingernails on glass in perfect repetition. It was moving, and it was inside the manor. Thomas froze beside me, his eyes wide and glassy. What in God's name is that? The sound moved down the corridor, slow, deliberate, unhurried, like something unfolding itself step by measured step. My instinct screamed at me to run, but years on the force had trained that urge into stillness. I turned off the lights and crouched low behind the table. The ticking stopped. Not faded. Stopped. Complete oppressive silence settled over the manor, heavier than before. Even the watches, both of them, were still again, their hands locked at 3:07 a.m. I strained to hear more. Then, knock. A single, soft tap from the front hall. Not a knock against the door. A knock from inside the wall. Thomas opened his mouth to speak, but I pressed a finger to my lips. I motioned for him to stay hidden and crept toward the source of the sound. The entrance hall yawned ahead of me like a cavern, moonlight spilling in through the transom above the door. Nothing moved, but the mirror beside the coat rack, the one I'd passed earlier, was now fogged, and across its surface was a trail. Not a handprint, a spiral drawn with something wet and dark. I moved closer. The shape was identical to the etching on the watches, but this one had something extra, a dot at its center, encircled in black, like an eye. I turned around quickly, but the hall behind me was empty. No Thomas, no sound, just the lingering fog from the mirror and the faint echo of my own breath. Then I heard it again. Click, click, click. Not a watch this time. Footsteps, descending the staircase from Vale's study. I drew my sidearm and raised the flashlight. Police! Show yourself. No response. Just the creak of the steps as something invisible, or nearly so, descended toward me. A shape shimmered in the shadows at the top of the staircase. Not quite solid, not quite smoke. Like a body made of warped reflection, skin of mirror shards, folded around a human silhouette. As my beam passed over it, the figure vanished. Not retreated. Vanished. And suddenly, the ticking resumed. Every clock, every watch, back to motion, except the two on the table. Those remained locked at 3:07 a.m., as if they alone remembered what had just arrived, or what had just been let out. I returned to the dining room with my heart still hammering. The moment I crossed the threshold, I found Thomas seated again. Same stool, same blank stare. He hadn't moved. Thomas, I said sharply, did you see anything? No response. I knelt in front of him. His pupils were dilated, his skin pale. A trickle of blood had dried beneath his left nostril. Thomas, I tried again, softer. Talk to me. He blinked slowly. It stepped between the seconds. He whispered. I saw it. I saw it looking out from the ticks. His voice was distant, detached, like he wasn't talking to me but reciting something from a dream, or a nightmare. What did you see? I asked. Not it, he murmured. Them. They wait in the spaces between. The regulator keeps the door closed, but he broke it. Vale broke it. Who are they? He shook his head violently. No name. Names are anchors. That's how they get in. You named them, and they wear the word like a face. I glanced back at the table. The two watches remained locked in silence, a contrast to the rest of the house, now ticking in uneasy rhythm again. I pulled Vale's journal from my coat. There were more entries now, pages I hadn't seen before, or perhaps hadn't been there before. Dated weeks ago, the handwriting had become jagged, frantic. It was never about telling time. It was about binding it. The moment it stops, the veil goes thin. Mirrors reflect out. Salt seals in, but nothing lasts forever, not even seconds. Then a sketch. A new one. The silhouette of a man, with no face. Instead, where the face should be, another clock. But the hands were reversed, pointing in opposite directions. I turned to Thomas. Why would Vale try to open the vault? He stared at me, lips trembling. He wanted to reverse it, He thought he could trap it again, turn back the gear. Did he succeed? A pause. No. Then where is it? Another pause, then a whisper. Already inside. At that moment, every mirror in the house, dozens scattered throughout the halls, studies, and staircases, cracked simultaneously. Not shattered, just split. Each with a line forming an identical spiral pattern, etched as though from within the glass. My phone buzzed violently in my pocket. "Mallory," I answered. "You need to get out of there," she said breathlessly. "Just had the lab analyze the blueprint sketches. That mechanism, Vale's regulator, it's not new tech, it's ancient, based on pre-mechanical design, clockwork, of non-human origin." "What do you mean, non-human?" "I mean the symbols match ones found in Mesopotamian temple ruins. Sealed ruins. The kind built not to be worshipped, but to be avoided." I stared at the watches again. Still frozen, still waiting. My thoughts raced as I lowered the phone. I knew what I needed to do. Vale had sealed the regulator in a vault surrounded by mirrors and salt for a reason. The blueprints weren't just protective, they were a trap, a kind of temporal coffin meant to delay or confuse whatever it was he'd disturbed. And now I'd opened it. I took both watches and turned toward the West Hall, toward the vault. "Thomas," I called softly, "stay here. Don't speak. Don't move." He didn't acknowledge me. His lips had begun to tremble with an unheard rhythm, as though repeating a phrase he could no longer form aloud. I left him behind. The mirror vault welcomed me like a waiting mouth. Every pane of glass reflected not just my movements, but my hesitation. Slight delays, like my mirrored selves, were lagging behind. The chamber buzzed faintly. As I stepped inside, I noticed the spiral etching from the watch had now appeared on the pedestal itself. The regulator I'd taken from the shed began to tick again. The other remained still. I placed both on the pedestal. The tick-tick of one began to influence the silence of the other, until, suddenly, they clicked together. 3 hours, 7 minutes, 1 second. The still one resumed. Every reflection of me shattered. The sound was thunderous. Not glass breaking, but memories rupturing. Visions of time unraveling in the mirror. I saw myself as a boy, then an old man, then a figure I didn't recognize, draped in dark cloth, mouth sewn shut with gold wire. The mirrors flickered, showing things not from this world. Wheels within skulls, cities built upside down, eyes blinking from clock faces, and a great spiral staircase leading into void. And, at the center of it all, 3:07 a.m. The second that shouldn't exist. A presence formed behind me. I didn't turn around. I didn't have to. I saw it in every mirror at once. A figure made of shimmering distortion. No features, no voice. But the intention was palpable. It had been waiting for synchronization, waiting for someone to wind it back. And now that I had, it stepped forward. I reached into my coat and flung a fistful of the salt I'd taken from the glass case. The crystals scattered midair and ignited with an unnatural spark. The figure recoiled, warping in on itself like film exposed to fire. Then I grabbed the iron key and wound both watches backward. 3 hours, 6 minutes, 59 seconds. The figure howled, a shriek without sound, as if reality itself flinched, and vanished into the mirrors. The ticking stopped. Again. Everything went quiet. Even the manor. Even my heart. And then, just once, the regulator ticked forward. 3:07. The mirrors didn't break this time. They simply cleared, reflecting me and only me. No delay. No distortion. I collected the watches and exited the vault, sealing it behind me with the key and Vale's salt ring, careful to press the wax remnant back into place as best I could. My hands were trembling. In the dining room, Thomas was gone. No sign of a struggle. His teacup remained, untouched, still faintly warm. I called out for him, but only silence answered. I checked the camera system again. The looped footage now showed a static frame at 3:07 a.m. A still image of Thomas staring into a mirror. In the reflection, nothing, just absence. Sergeant Mallory arrived just after sunrise, flanked by a forensics team. I gave her my report, most of it anyway. I left out the vault, the spiral, the figure made of fractured reflection. Those details, they weren't going in the paperwork. It'll read like a heart attack, the coroner would later say. Clean. No sign of trauma. But I knew better. Quentin Vale didn't die of a failing heart. He died trying to bind time. And he almost failed. As I stepped outside, morning light caught the manor's many windows. For the briefest moment, every pane glinted with a reflection of myself. Hundreds of me, each holding a different expression. One didn't blink when I did. One didn't look away when I turned. I reached into my pocket and held the regulator watch tightly. It was still. Cold now. As if nothing had ever ticked inside. But I knew that wasn't true. I knew it was only waiting. Chapter 2. The echo in the blueprints. The watch wouldn't stop ticking. I'd placed it in a lead-lined box, wrapped it in 3 layers of felt, sealed it with salt, and stored it inside a locked drawer in my desk. Still, I could hear it. Not with my ears, but in my head. Tick, tick, tick. A perfect rhythm. Not quite sinister, just insistent. Like a voice that refused to be silenced. 3 days had passed since Vale Manor. 3 days since the clock stopped. Since Quentin Vale died. Since I stared into a mirror and saw something looking back that wasn't me. I hadn't slept much since then. My office was littered with fragments from the case, sketches, printed versions of Vale's notes, a thumb drive copy of the manor's camera feeds, and the journal, now partially translated with the help of a colleague from the university. The spiral symbols, it turned out, weren't unique to Vale. They were ancient, Sumerian, possibly pre-Sumerian, appearing on temple artifacts dated over 6,000 years ago. But here's what really rattled me. These spirals never appeared on items of worship. They were warnings, carved into door frames, well caps, the entrances to tombs, always accompanied by text that translated roughly to bind the hour, silence the name. I didn't yet know what that meant, but I had a feeling I was going to find out. I was halfway through Vale's architectural blueprints when I noticed it, a discrepancy between the official city plans of the manor and the annotated diagrams Vale had drawn in the journal. There was a room, a circular chamber 3 floors underground beneath the mirror vault. It wasn't on any permit, no mention in the land surveys, but Vale had labeled it Chamber of the Second Winding. He'd written just one note beside it. Not to be opened except at end of sequence. End of what sequence? And what exactly had I started by touching that second regulator? My phone buzzed. Blocked number. I hesitated, then answered. "Detective Dorian," I said. The voice on the other end was flat, clipped, female. "You've seen the clockwork," she said. "You've heard the ticking. That means it's already started." "Who is this?" "Someone who made the mistake before you. Listen carefully. If you keep that watch, if you try to understand it, you won't just die. You'll fracture." Fracture. Into echoes. The line went dead. I sat frozen, phone still in hand, the words echoing louder than the dial tone. You'll fracture. Into echoes. The voice hadn't been familiar, but there was something unsettling in its certainty. Not fear, not threat, just a quiet resignation, like someone who knew how the story ended and had seen it happen before. I set the phone down slowly and opened the journal again. I thumbed to the page with Vale's spiral diagram of the hidden chamber. The chamber of the second winding. It was built like a pocket inside the earth, a perfect circle layered in quartz and copper, lined with embedded clockwork mechanisms. According to the notes, it was constructed over 20 years ago, commissioned under an alias, using private contractors who were all paid off and scattered once it was complete. No one had spoken of it since. Vale had even disconnected it from the main power grid. Instead, the room ran on what he cryptically labeled as internal regulation. Self-powered, self-contained, buried in silence. The blueprints included a narrow service tunnel leading from the root cellar at the base of the manor's east wing, hidden beneath crates of old tools and varnished floorboards. Vale had even mapped a crawlspace route for maintenance. That route included mirror notations, symbols etched at each turn to confuse memory. Another note in the margin read, "Each spiral must face inward on entry, outward on exit. Reverse the pattern and the chamber won't close again." Whatever he'd built down there, it wasn't just a vault. It was a lock. And I'd already started turning the key. The sun was low when I made it back to Vale Manor. I'd called ahead to Mallory and gotten temporary clearance to revisit the scene. For further collection of forensic details, I'd said. She didn't ask questions, but I heard the hesitation in her voice. The house greeted me with the same chilled stillness as before. The clocks had all resumed ticking. Some even chimed the hour now. But the two regulators, one from the body, one from the shed, remained silent, sealed in separate lead cases in my bag. I made my way to the east wing. The root cellar was musty and damp, lined with rusted gardening tools and broken shelves. I cleared away the crates and pried up the floorboards exactly as the journal instructed. Below was a metal hatch. 3 spirals etched into its center. 1 pointing inward. 2 curling out. I ran my fingers across the markings. Suddenly, from beneath the hatch, I heard it. The ticking. Not of a watch, but of something enormous. Alive. I didn't open the hatch right away. Instead, I sat there in the cellar with the bag of tools beside me and the journal in my lap, listening. The ticking below was constant, rhythmic, mechanical, but not like the crisp tick of a wristwatch. It was heavier. It thudded like the swinging of a great pendulum far beneath the earth. something not just telling time, but moving it. I flipped through the journal again. Vale had written, "The second winding is not meant to be reached. Its purpose is containment, not discovery. Only when the ticks converge, when the echoes align, does the vault breathe." I didn't know what that meant yet, but I knew I couldn't ignore it. I unlocked the hatch and lifted. Cold air hissed upward, like an exhalation from a long-sealed crypt. A narrow iron staircase descended into the darkness. The ticking grew louder. I descended slowly, flashlight sweeping each rung. The spiral symbols were etched into the walls every 10 steps. Each one reversed direction depending on whether it faced up or down the stairwell. Vale had been meticulous. 30 steps down, the shaft opened into a circular chamber about 15 feet wide, ringed with copper plates and overlapping gears embedded into the stone. In the center stood a monumental timepiece, 10 feet tall, faceless, with countless interlocking mechanisms exposed, all rotating in harmony. The air buzzed with electricity. Around the base of the timepiece were 12 mirrored panels, each facing inward, arranged like petals around a flower. I stepped into the center carefully, noting how my reflection multiplied and stretched with every move I made. Each mirrored segment seemed to lag, ever so slightly. Like the room couldn't decide when I was. That's when I saw it. One of the mirrored panels had a fracture, a thin, jagged line across the center. I moved closer and realized the crack wasn't in the glass. It was behind it. The mirror reflected everything in the room, except the fracture. Instead, the line shimmered with light, and within its center was a single word etched faintly into the surface. Rewind. Vale hadn't meant to trap something here. He'd meant to undo something, but had failed. Suddenly, all 12 mirrors shimmered at once, and every version of me, 12 in all, turned their heads at different times. Only mine was real. I hoped. I reached out to touch the fractured mirror. My fingers met cool glass, but no reflection stared back. Instead, it was like pressing against a veil of still water, one that refused to ripple. Just beyond the surface, the shimmer pulsed faintly, responding to my proximity, not unlike the humming of a tuning fork felt through the bones. Behind me, the ticking intensified. Not faster, but deeper, more resonant, like a chorus of gears turning somewhere far below. I took a step back. The cracked panel remained unchanged, but I noticed something else now. Each of the 12 mirrored petals bore a small brass plaque beneath it, identical in shape but engraved with different symbols. I crouched to examine the one closest to the fracture. The symbol was the same spiral etched onto the hatch, but beneath it, in smaller script, was something newer. Initiation 307. I checked the next plaque. Reflection 307. Then another, containment 307. Every plaque ended in the same timestamp. 3:07 a.m., the moment Vale died, the moment the clocks stopped. Each mirror wasn't just reflective. It was a stage, a frozen echo of some ritualized process that had begun and somehow failed. And Vale had labeled each stage. I circled the chamber slowly, reading each. First, initiation. Second, isolation. 3. Reflection. Quarta, fracture. 5. Containment. 6th, convergence. 7. Recall. 8. Regulation. Devet, transfer. 10th, stabilization. 11. Silence. 12th, rewind. The final mirror, the fractured one, was labeled rewind, but its symbol was different. The spiral was reversed, turning outward instead of in. Vale had written about this in the journal. If the spirals open outward, you are no longer sealing time. You are releasing it. What was he trying to rewind? A death? A moment? Time itself? I didn't know. But I had a terrible feeling that if the last phase had been activated, the first one had already started again. I circled the chamber once more, careful not to step directly in front of the fractured panel again. The symmetry of the room had a hypnotic quality, and I found myself second-guessing my path. The reflections warped with the shifting light of my flashlight, creating a delay that felt increasingly deliberate. Each step sent subtle echoes, my own footsteps chasing themselves through the mirrored petals. Somewhere in the cacophony of my reflection, I heard a second pair of steps, then a third. I froze, raised the beam of my flashlight. Just my reflection. Just the copper gears and the monumental mechanism behind me, rotating with agonizing precision. I turned slowly in place, watching the mirrors respond. All except one. The 7th panel, labeled Recall, remained dark. I stepped closer. No reflection, nothing at all. Just the faint outline of myself from before, locked in the same posture I'd had a minute ago, arms crossed, flashlight raised. But now I was moving, and it wasn't. A still image. Burned in. I reached out, and the moment my fingers brushed the surface, the mirror flickered. And suddenly I was no longer in the chamber. I stood in Vale's study, or rather, a shadow of it. The world around me was pale and gray, drained of all color, like an old photograph. The walls were smudged with time, the corners blurred. But the desk, the shattered grandfather clock, even the faint outline of Quentin Vale slumped forward. All were there. Only he wasn't moving, not breathing, not whole. This wasn't a memory. It was a recording, but one I was inside. I took a cautious step forward. The world didn't respond. No breeze, no temperature. It was like walking through frost. And then Vale moved, just slightly. He lifted his head. Blood smeared down one temple, eyes wide with something between wonder and terror. He whispered a single word. 7. Then he collapsed. The vision snapped away. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my own feet, back in the mirrored chamber, heart racing. The plaque below the 7th mirror now read, Recall confirmed. I didn't know how, but this place wasn't just reflecting time. It was archiving it. And I'd just played back Vale's last memory. I backed away from the mirror labeled Recall, my breath fogging the air despite the stillness of the chamber. My pulse was hammering in my throat, and I fought the instinct to run, because some part of me suspected the exit might no longer be where I left it. Instead, I sat down on the copper-plated floor in the center of the chamber and took out Vale's journal again. I flipped to the back pages, those he had marked with thicker margins, a different pen, even occasionally sealed with wax. These were meant to be final thoughts. Desperate notes from a man who knew he was running out of time. One page stood out. The ink was shaky, as if written under duress. Sequence incomplete. The rewind cannot initiate without full convergence. Echoes remain. I see them now, watching, waiting. Mirrors do not reflect. They remember. Under that line, he had drawn a circle with 12 spokes, the same chamber layout. But instead of labeling the mirrors as petals, he had scratched something in. 12 lives. 12 fates. 12 failures. 1 choice. And beneath that, circled 3 times. The hour fractured must never be rejoined. The handwriting degraded by the final word, as if his hand failed him. I closed the journal slowly. What had Vale meant by 12 lives? Were these representations, phases of time, or actual versions of himself caught inside the mirrors? The room responded with a faint tick. But not from the timepiece. From the fractured panel. I turned toward it. The shimmer behind the mirror had changed. It now pulsed in slow beats, like the rhythm of a heart. And then something emerged. Not through the glass, but behind it. A shadow. Human-shaped but wrong. Too thin at the joints, too elongated in the neck. It moved like it was being spooled backward. Jerky, unsteady, twitching every few seconds as if caught on a glitch in time. It raised a hand and mirrored my own gesture from earlier. Fingers spread. But I hadn't moved. I held my breath. It tilted its head. Then all the mirrors blinked. Just once. A flicker. And when they settled, all 12 versions of me had changed positions. One was holding a notebook. One had a bloodstain on his collar. Another stood completely still, lips moving in reverse. I staggered back toward the hatch. Whatever this chamber did, whatever Vale had built, it wasn't a sanctuary. It was a trap. And something inside it was learning to get out. I climbed the iron staircase 2 steps at a time, the ticking growing quieter with each spiral. But even as I ascended, the sense of movement around me didn't cease. The air in the shaft was thick, almost syrupy, and the higher I rose, the more distorted the spiral markings on the walls became, as if something below was tugging gently on the idea of gravity. When I finally emerged into the cellar, I slammed the hatch shut and pressed my back to it, chest heaving. Silence. The kind that isn't peaceful. The kind that holds its breath. For a long moment, I didn't move. Then I secured the hatch with the metal bolts Vale had welded into the framing, just in case. The journal had been clear. Reverse the spirals on exit, or it stays open. I had drawn them accordingly. 3 inward on entry. Now 3 outward. And still I didn't feel safe. Back in the manor proper, I made a beeline for the upstairs study. My flashlight was fading, the beam flickering in and out like it had been drained. I dumped everything on the desk. The journal, my notes, my phone, and hit the switch for the overhead light. Nothing. I tried the lamp. Nothing. The manor had power earlier. I stepped into the hallway to check the panel box, and stopped. The hallway was longer. Not by much, maybe 5 feet, but there were 2 picture frames on the right side that hadn't been there before. I was sure of it. I went back to the study, but the door wasn't the same. It was still a door, same knob, same height, but the brass plate on the front now read, Regulation Room. I hadn't seen that label before. The furniture inside was identical. The desk, the chair, the cracked leather armrest. But the papers I had just laid out were gone, replaced by a black and white photograph of myself standing in front of the grandfather clock, hands in my pockets, expression unreadable. It wasn't an old photo. It was printed on the back of a receipt from the university. Dated yesterday. My mouth went dry. I turned the photo over, scribbled in pencil on the back, the same handwriting from the mirror chamber. You've already begun your second loop. Don't complete the 12th. And beneath it, 3:07 a.m. Again. Always 3:07. I left the study, regulation room, whatever it was now, and hurried back to the foyer, checking each hallway, each door frame. The manor had shifted. Not drastically, but unmistakably. The dining room was now down the corridor that used to lead to the solarium. The stairs curved differently. Paintings hung where none had been. Even the temperature changed from room to room, as if the house couldn't decide what part of itself belonged to what time. I pulled out my phone to check the time. 3:07 a.m. It couldn't be. I'd arrived before sunset. Hadn't I? The phone refused to refresh. The battery dropped from 47% to 3% in a blink, then shut down completely. I dropped it into my pocket, unsettled. Back in the study, no, I corrected myself, regulation room, I began sorting through the new contents. The desk drawer that used to hold Vale's sketches now held timepieces, all identical pocket watches, their covers etched with a spiral, all showing 3:07. One of them was warm to the touch. I opened it. Inside was no second hand, no minute tick. Just a single black thread stretched across the face like a hairline crack. When I touched it, the world tilted. For a second, I wasn't in the manor at all. I was outside, on the gravel path. Mist rising around me. I could see the house on the hill. But in the windows, 12 versions of me. Watching. In one, I stood at a desk. In another, I was falling. In a third, I was smiling with blood on my hands. They didn't blink. They didn't move. And then I was back in the room. Gasping. Sweating. My hand clutching nothing. The pocket watch had vanished. Or had never been there. Was this the second loop the note warned me about? What happened in the first? I opened the journal again, flipping to the final page. One line had been added, scrawled in a different hand. My own. Loop 2 begins. You must find where I failed. And beneath that, a crude sketch of a timepiece, split neatly in half. I stared at the crude sketch, a timepiece split in half, the crack running straight through its center. Not shattered, not exploded. Separated. As if something had pulled it apart not with force, but with intention. And I knew it immediately. It was the same hairline fracture I'd seen inside the pocket watch that had just disappeared. But what did it mean? I looked beneath the drawing. There was a faint outline. An unfinished spiral with an arrow pointing toward a single word scrawled at the base. Hinge point. Vale had used that term once in his earlier notes. A moment in time that, if interfered with, would create cascading fractures. A chronological echo chamber, he had called it. A place where outcomes didn't align anymore. A temporal divergence that couldn't be rewound. He believed he had found one, and I suspected I had just entered it. I needed to get out of the manor. I checked the exits, the main door, the side door, the conservatory, all locked. Not with bolts or chains, but with time. I know how that sounds, but it's true. The windows showed different hours. In one, it was twilight. In another, dawn. One looked out onto a fog-covered landscape I didn't recognize at all. And behind me, in every reflection, I was doing something else. Reading, writing, bleeding. There were too many me's, and only one path forward. I returned to the regulation room and focused on the mirrors, especially the fractured panel. It was pulsing now, the shimmer brightening with each breath I took. Behind the fracture, I could just barely make out motion, shadows or limbs or gears, but distorted like light through water. I stepped closer. It pulsed once more. A heartbeat. Not mine. The ticking resumed. But now it was syncing with my pulse. A soft knock came from the hall. I turned. The door creaked open. No one was there. But on the floor, a trail of black ink footprints led away. Human, barefoot, and impossibly fresh. Each print contained a spiral, and each one pointed inward. I followed the footprints. There was no real choice. They were fresh and wet and fading with each second. They led through the warped hallways of the shifting manor, back past the grand stairwell where the banister now coiled like a helix, then down a corridor that didn't exist on any blueprint I had seen before. Each step I took, I expected the floor to give, the walls to pulse. But they didn't. Instead, they echoed. Softly. A second footfall trailing mine. I reached the end of the hall. A door stood slightly ajar, and beyond it, a room filled with ticking. But not from clocks. The sound came from the walls themselves. Gears were embedded in every surface, some spinning slowly, others frozen. In the center stood a pedestal, and on it a pocket watch, not fractured, not open, closed and humming with energy. I stepped forward, breath shallow. On the wall behind the pedestal was a mirror, clear, unbroken. But the figure inside wasn't me. It wore my coat, held my face, but its eyes were darker, older, and as I watched, it smiled and held up its hand. Inside its palm was the watch. And I understood. I was seeing myself, one loop ahead, one step further into the spiral. The version of me who had already made the mistake. The version warning me not to wind it again. The figure pressed a finger to its lips, then vanished. I backed away from the pedestal. Whatever this chamber was, it wasn't the end. It was the beginning of something much older than me, or Vale, or anyone who had ever held the regulator. I took the watch and sealed it in lead, left the room, closed the door, and marked the outside with a spiral facing outward. I didn't look back. Back in the regulation room, I recorded everything I had seen. Every footprint, every mirror, every warped reflection. I drew new spirals, added symbols, started my own journal. I needed to find the others who had looped, who had seen 3:07 a.m. and lived. Because I wasn't the first, and I wouldn't be the last. But maybe I could be the one to stop it. Chapter 3. A Clockwork Silence. The morning after Vale Manor didn't come with sunlight, just fog. Dense and unmoving, it pressed against my apartment windows like a second skin, muting the world outside into a blur of gray. Even the city's usual morning noise, cars, distant sirens, chatter from the street, had vanished. All I could hear was the ticking. It had returned, faint, ambient, omnipresent. Every clock in my place was dead. Battery-operated, digital, antique. They'd all failed at 3:07 a.m., including the one on my stovetop and the alarm I'd forgotten to reset. It didn't matter. I was already awake, staring at the ceiling since 2:41. The regulator was locked in a lead-lined strongbox bolted to my wall, wrapped in cloth, salt-lined. It didn't matter. I could feel it ticking. The vibrations weren't just sound. They were inside me, behind my eyes, beneath my sternum, threaded through my dreams. I'd tried sleeping with white noise, then without sound at all. Nothing helped. I made coffee, though I didn't drink it. Just holding the warmth grounded me. On the table were the papers I'd stolen from the regulation room, photocopies of Vale's spiral diagrams, and the transcription of his final voice log, found encrypted on an external drive labeled simply, "Do not play." I had, of course, played it. But I hadn't been ready. If you're hearing this, you've entered the 12th phase. That means I failed to unwind the regulator. You may feel dizzy. Time may skip. Trust nothing reflective, especially not yourself. Vale's voice was uneven, hoarse, not from fear, but fatigue. He sounded like a man on the 500th attempt at solving a problem with only 12 chances. Don't try to reverse it. You'll only fracture again. You must silence the mechanism, not destroy it, not rewind it. Silence. Only then can the convergence be broken. There had been more, but the audio degraded, overwritten by a screeching tone that made my teeth ache. The timestamp on the recording? 3:07 a.m. Again. Always. I left the apartment by noon, unable to endure the confinement of ticking walls. Outside, the fog was heavier than I'd thought, swallowing buildings, reducing pedestrians to silhouettes that only emerged when they were close enough to touch. I hailed a cab. The driver didn't speak, didn't look at me, just stared forward and started the meter. Only when we turned onto Ashvale Avenue did I notice the cab's dashboard clock. Stopped. At 3:07. The cab dropped me at the edge of Wren Hill, a neighborhood Vale had visited often according to his journals. It was a quiet residential zone, old-world charm, gas lamps still lining the sidewalks, and iron fences curling like vines around brick row houses. I hadn't planned where to go first, but something pulled me. Not instinct exactly, more like déjà vu dressed as direction. I turned down a narrow lane that ended at a cul-de-sac. A single townhouse stood at the end, tall and narrow, its second-story window darkened by thick curtains. The mail slot had Vale's alias on it, M. Finch, and a small brass placard read, "Clock and watch repair by appointment only." This was the address Vale had used to receive unstable shipments, according to a footnote in his journal. And, if my suspicions were correct, it was where he had first tested the eternal regulator outside of the manor. I knocked. No answer. Tried the handle. Unlocked. The air inside was heavy with oil, brass, and something faintly metallic, like a bloodstain you can't quite clean. The front room was a repair shop. Shelves of dismantled clocks lined the walls, all in various stages of undress. open casings, hanging pendulums, exposed gears. But none were ticking. In the center of the room was a workbench covered in a tarp. I pulled it back slowly and froze. It was another regulator, identical to the one found on Vale's body. Same impossible craftsmanship, same lack of maker's mark. But this one was split open, dissected, its insides splayed like a mechanical autopsy. Each part was labeled, and beneath it, a handwritten card. Do not reassemble. I reached out and ran my fingers lightly along the edge of the outer casing. My fingertips tingled. The metal was cold. Wrong cold. The kind that isn't temperature, but absence. Then I noticed the second card, tucked beneath the first. I pulled it free. It read, "If you're reading this, you're ahead of me. Do not trust the silence. It learns from stillness." And then, scribbled hastily, "They all tick eventually." The shop creaked. I turned. Nothing moved. But every clock in the room, hundreds of them, were now showing the same time. 3:07 a.m. The air in the clock shop was changing. Not in temperature, but in weight. A pressure building behind my eyes and between my ears, like the moment before a migraine. The air tasted metallic, dry. And the clocks weren't just stopped anymore. They were vibrating. Not in rhythm, but out of sync. Each with its own internal tremor. Dozens of them, all humming low enough to avoid detection by anyone untrained, but I could feel it in my jaw, my molars, the crown of my skull. Something was trying to recalibrate. I backed away from the workbench. The second regulator remained splayed and open, its core exposed like the ribs of a cadaver. The brass shimmered slightly in the light as if some microscopic mechanism had activated at my proximity. Then a sound. Tap, tap, tap. I turned toward the rear of the shop. There, in the hallway leading deeper into the house, stood a tall mirror, framed in black wood, beveled, dusty, but not reflecting me. Not even shadow. It showed the shop, but empty, as if I weren't here. I stepped closer. Still nothing. But behind the false reflection, just faintly, I saw movement. Someone pacing. Same coat as mine. Same height. Same gait. But it wasn't me. It moved before I did. Anticipated me. When I stopped, it turned and faced the mirror directly. I couldn't see its face, but it lifted its hand slowly, deliberately, and pointed past me. To the regulator. To the opened mechanism. Then the mirror cracked. Hairline, top to bottom. Just like the other one in the manor. I left the shop, ran, actually, back into the thickening fog, down the alley, around the corner, until the air stopped pressing against my chest like a closing fist. The city wasn't normal. Not anymore. I couldn't trust streets, couldn't trust time. So I called someone I hadn't spoken to in years. Elias Morrow, horologist, occultist, excommunicated from both communities for theoretical heresies. But if anyone could help me understand what the regulator truly was, it was Morrow. He picked up after 2 rings, his voice dry as leaves. "You found it, didn't you?" "How did you know?" I asked, voice low, scanning the sidewalk behind me. Morrow didn't answer immediately. Then, because I heard it stop. I waited. Silence again. He continued, slower this time. 3 nights ago, same as before. I heard every clock in my home pause at exactly 3:07. Same as Wexley. Same as the Harrogate incident. The same pulse that took Vale. That name again. Harrogate. I made a mental note. Can we meet? I asked. He gave an address. Glass Church Cemetery, of all places. After sundown, North Gate. Click. He was gone. The sun never broke through the fog that day, and by the time I arrived at the cemetery, it had all but disappeared behind the curtain of gray. The wrought iron gates loomed tall and crooked, blackened by age, flanked by 2 statues that looked vaguely like hooded monks, or judges. Glass Church was old. One of those Gothic-era cemeteries where time pooled in shadows and silence was encouraged by the stones themselves. Morrow was waiting beneath an arch, wrapped in a long coat and wide-brimmed hat. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. "Time's gotten strange," he said by way of greeting. "It flows differently around the regulator." "You've seen one before?" I asked. He laughed once, brittle. "Owned one. For 6 hours, until I understood it." He gestured for us to walk deeper into the grounds. We passed headstones so old their names had eroded into dust. "It's not a watch," he said after a while. "It's not even from here. The regulator is a binding, a mechanism designed to hold something in stasis, not measure time. Trap it." What was Vale trying to trap? Morrow stopped walking. "The same thing I did." I looked at him. What happened? He pulled something from his coat pocket. A photograph. Old, creased. It showed a group of 6 men standing around a strange machine. Half clock, half engine. In the center, something blurred, as if the camera couldn't quite capture it. One of the men was Morrow. Younger. Smiling. He tapped the blurred figure. "That's the echo." "The what?" "The being trapped in the loop. The original. The one that broke time and tried to rewrite its own end. We tried to contain it. Vale tried to refine the process, but the regulator doesn't kill it." He turned to me. "It learns from every loop." I stared at the photograph, the blurred center warping my vision the longer I looked. The figure within wasn't just out of focus. It was resisting definition, like it didn't belong in any fixed moment. The more I tried to see it, the less I could understand what I was seeing. Morrow tucked it away. "We called it the echo because that's what it leaves behind," he said. "Reflections, loopbacks, memories you never made. Each regulator isn't just a prison. It's a mirror, one that bends cause and effect until you can't tell which came first." I didn't want to believe him, but I did, because I'd already seen it. I told him about the mirror in the clock shop, about the version of me pointing at the workbench before I'd moved, about the cracks, about the whispered warnings in my own handwriting. "You're entangled," he said simply. "Looped in. Which phase?" "Second," I answered. He paled slightly. "Then you're still early. Good." "Early in what?" I asked. Morrow looked me over carefully, as if weighing how much truth I could handle. "In the process of being replaced." We sat on a stone bench beneath a weeping elm whose roots had split the nearby graves. Morrow reached into his coat again and pulled out a small pocket watch, older than any I'd seen. Its casing was scratched, its chain tarnished, but it was still ticking. slowly, reluctantly. "This is not a regulator," he clarified. "This is protection, or as close as you can get without falling into the trap." He opened it. Inside wasn't a clock face, but a spiral, carved from obsidian, etched with minuscule runes. He handed it to me. "Keep this on you. As long as the spiral stays still, you're separate. When it moves, you're not." I turned the piece over. There was no hinge, no winding key. Just that endless spiral. It looked familiar, almost identical to the ones in the mirror chamber. "This is older than any known timekeeping," Morrow continued. "The regulator is a copy, a mimicry of a mechanism designed by people who understood time as a fluid, not a line." I stood, overwhelmed. "If I want out," I asked, "what do I do?" Morrow gave a thin smile. "You go back to the beginning." "And where's that?" He pointed to the photograph again, though he didn't pull it out. "To the first loop, the one before Vale, before the regulator had a name, before the echo had a voice." He leaned closer. "You'll find it in Harrogate." Harrogate. The name had surfaced too many times to ignore. Vale's voice log, Morrow's story, the older loop references. And now it was my only lead. I left the cemetery just after dusk, armed with Morrow's obsidian spiral, a fresh notebook, and a second-hand rail ticket out of the city. Harrogate was 3 hours by train, or at least it used to be. The train was mostly empty. Only 5 passengers in my car, 2 asleep, 1 reading by dim lamplight, and a mother with a child silently staring out the window as darkness poured past the glass. As we passed mile marker 212, my phone vibrated once. No service. Still, a notification pushed through. "Unknown. You're on the wrong track." I blinked, looked around. No one had moved. No one was watching me. Another message. He took the loop twice. "You won't get 3. I shut off the phone, pocketed it, and kept my hand on the spiral. Harrogate Station was abandoned when I arrived. The lamps on the platform flickered dimly, revealing cracks in the concrete and patches of rusted track. The signage had been half removed, as if someone tried to erase it from record. The air smelled like wet iron. But I wasn't alone. There was someone waiting at the far end of the platform. A man in a conductor's coat, gray, high-collared, heavy with dust. He stood perfectly still, hands behind his back, cap low over his eyes. I approached cautiously. He didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't blink, until I stepped within arm's length. Then he spoke. "What time is it, sir?" His voice was flat, hollow, no regional accent, no emotion. I glanced down. The obsidian spiral in my pocket pulsed cold. I answered carefully, "Not 3:07. The conductor's lips twitched, not quite a smile. "Good." He stepped aside. "Track 3, last car. Don't open the windows." I didn't ask questions. I boarded the waiting train, the one that wasn't there when I arrived. No lights inside, no conductor walking the cars, just me. And the steady, undeniable sense that this train didn't move on tracks. Not the kind I understood, anyway. The train pulled away from Harrogate Station with no warning, no whistle, no jolt. Just motion, silent and fluid, as if the wheels never touched steel at all. Outside the window, the world distorted. Buildings stretched, trees looped back on themselves, and the stars blinked in patterns I'd never seen. I took Morrow's advice and didn't open the window. I couldn't tell if we were moving forward or in a circle. The lights inside flickered once, then dimmed to a reddish hue. I was seated in the last car alone, though not in the way that brings peace. It felt as though I was sharing space with versions of something I couldn't yet see. Somewhere between miles that didn't exist, the train stopped. Not abruptly, just gradually, until the world outside was gone. No scenery, no rails, just white. An endless, luminous white. The door at the far end of the car opened, and Vale stepped in. He was younger, cleaner, hair darker. His eyes darted with recognition, but no surprise. "I was hoping it would be you," he said, sitting across from me. I froze. "You're dead." He gave a half smile. "Not always. Not in every pass." He reached into his coat and produced a regulator. Whole, untarnished, ticking. "You still have yours?" he asked. I pulled out the obsidian spiral. His smile widened, then faded. Morrow's version. A good choice. Less risk of temporal sync. I leaned forward. "What is this place?" "The inversion," he said. "The space between loops. The train doesn't run on rails. It runs on memory. This is where the echo waits for new instructions." I swallowed. "You mean I'm not in control?" He shook his head. "You were never in control. That's the lie. The echo doesn't force us. It asks. And when we look too long into the past, when we fixate on what went wrong," he tapped the regulator. "We answer." He stood. "You don't have long here. Soon the train will choose, either forward to the next loop or back to the hinge point." "And what happens there?" His face hardened. "You see the truth. But be careful. Truth is heavy. It can bend time just as easily as clocks do." He stepped back toward the door. "If you want to end it, follow the spiral inward." Then he was gone, and I was alone again. The lights blinked. The train began to move. Outside the windows, the white faded, replaced by a black sky, and a house at the end of a road I recognized. The house appeared like a memory half remembered. Not the manor, not Vale's townhouse, but one I had never set foot in, and yet recognized all the same. 2 stories, narrow windows, a steep, gabled roof with a weather vane that spun against the wind. Its walls were ash gray, the porch light swinging through no breeze stirred. The train stopped without sound. The door at the rear of the car opened automatically, revealing a single footpath cutting through overgrown grass. No other buildings in sight. Just the house. Just the spiral path. Just the silence. I stepped out. Immediately, I sensed it. Gravity was wrong. Not enough to trip me, but enough to feel like the earth had shifted a fraction of a degree off balance. The air was damp, filled with a scent that reminded me of old libraries and wet iron. The obsidian spiral in my pocket grew colder. The front door creaked open before I reached it. No one there. Inside, the foyer was frozen in time. A clock on the wall, 3:07. A metronome on a desk stopped mid-swing. a mirror on the far wall, fractured, and on the floor, a timeline, drawn in chalk, spiraling inward, circling the entire room like a snail shell with marks along the way, symbols, names, events, some crossed out, some glowing faintly, and at the center, scrawled in thick black ink, hinge point. Do not cross without observer. I stepped forward. Each footfall made no sound. At the second ring of the spiral, I saw my own name. Not just my name, versions of it. One labeled First Contact, another Loop Aborted, a third Observer Unfit. Only the last wasn't crossed out, just circled, twice. I followed the spiral inward, heart thudding. The marks became less structured. The handwriting deteriorated. Symbols overtook words, spirals within spirals. And then, at the very center, sat a small brass disc. The first regulator, intact. Its face was blank. No hands, no numbers. Just the outline of a clock, perfectly still, humming with energy. I reached down. The mirror behind me pulsed, and a voice, my voice, echoed through the room. If you wind it, the hinge collapses. If you don't, the echo takes form. Choose. I didn't touch the regulator. Not yet. The spiral beneath my feet pulsed faintly, as though reacting to my hesitation. I stood at the convergence, the hinge point, the epicenter of every loop, every fracture, the place where the decision was always made. Wind it, and time resets. Refuse, and the echo moves forward. Unleashed, possibly uncontested. The worst part? I didn't know which was the trap. I looked at the mirror again. My reflection was fractured but moving, deliberately, almost pleading. He held his hands up, palms outward, gesturing to the chalk spiral beneath me, tracing the line I'd followed. Then he mouthed something. 4 words. Over and over. Mark the true line. I scanned the spiral. There were deviations, not just mine, dozens. Some rushed to the center, others looped prematurely. Many simply ended, aborted timelines. But one path, just one, was different. Drawn not in chalk, but in thread. A black silk strand, impossibly thin, running parallel to the chalk spiral, but veering off just before the center, toward a second indentation in the floor. I followed it. There, nestled in dust, was another regulator. Older, rougher, handmade. It bore no etchings, no metal sheen. And when I touched it, it didn't hum. It breathed. Soft, rhythmic pressure, like holding a small creature's chest in my palm. Alive. Suddenly, the mirror cracked fully. Not shattered. Peeled. My reflection stepped through it. Not hostile, not broken. Just tired. He handed me a final piece of chalk. His voice rasped, echo layered with mine. The line must close. The loop must end. Mark the path and step through. Then he was gone, leaving only the spiral, 2 regulators, and a decision. I crouched down, chalk in hand, and I drew a third spiral. Not inward, not outward, but open-ended. A path that didn't close, one that broke free. As I finished the last curve, a pulse rippled through the room. The clocks ticked once. Only once. The moment the chalk left the floor, the house groaned. Not from age or rot, but from release. Some pressure that had been building in its very bones now exhaled, shuddering through the floorboards, up the walls, across the fractured mirror and every time-stopped clock. Then silence. Pure, unbroken silence. Until dash. Tick. Just one. From the handmade regulator. It didn't wind itself. It didn't glow or pulse. It simply ticked. Once. And in that single beat, I felt time align. Not as a line, but as a pattern, expanding out like a wave through layered glass. Every loop, every reflection, every fractured self, folding, flattening, rejoining. I saw my hand drawing the spiral in 3 places, heard my own voice shouting different warnings in different loops, saw Vale, trapped in a version of the house that burned, saw Morrow spiraling downward in a mirrored temple with clocks embedded in stone. I saw the echo, not a man, not a god, but an idea, a recursive force that feeds on second chances, on the desire to redo, to retry, to rewind. An echo is harmless until you chase it. Then it becomes a call. The room around me dimmed. The chalk spiral faded. The mirror returned to glass. And the clocks, all of them, resumed ticking. Not in unison, but independently, freely. The regulator I held was no longer breathing, just still, neutral, empty. I slipped it into a lead-lined pouch and exited the house. It didn't follow. No pulse, no cold, no more mirrored footsteps behind mine. Just silence. Back at the train platform, I waited. A breeze moved through the air. Normal. Birdsong in the distance. I checked my phone. No new messages. But the spiral charm Morrow gave me remained cold, inert. I called him. He picked up. No preamble. You did it? I think so. You'll know if you didn't. He hung up, and I smiled for the first time in days. That night, I dreamed of the clocks again, but none of them stopped at 3:07. One ticked to 3:08, another to 4 a.m. One didn't tick at all, because it wasn't needed anymore. The spiral had opened. The echo had no voice here. Not anymore. Chapter 4. The Whisper Below the Glass. I awoke to the sound of ticking. Not the oppressive, synchronized clamor I'd grown used to, but a soft, natural rhythm. Familiar. Earthbound. It was the wall clock in my apartment. Still working, still imperfect. I sat up, half expecting the shadows to rearrange themselves or for a mirror to speak, but nothing happened. The morning was just that. Morning. Light filtered through the blinds. The coffee machine gurgled to life on a timer I'd forgotten I'd set, and the obsidian spiral remained dormant in my coat pocket. But I didn't trust it. Not yet. Because something still clung to the edge of that final dream. Something I hadn't yet remembered. It came in flashes, a whisper, a glimmer of glass beneath the stone, and a name that wasn't mine but felt carved into the back of my teeth. I wrote it down in the notebook by my bed. Lira. No idea what it meant. Yet. I spent the morning reading through Vale's remaining blueprints. Not the spiral ones. I'd studied those to the point of obsession, but a different set tucked into the false bottom of the strongbox. Cross-sections of stone floors, pressure diagrams, and something titled in Latin, Sub Speculum Veritas. Truth beneath the mirror. At first glance, they appeared to be excavation plans. Vale had annotated them with observations about light angles, timing of solar alignments, and materials that were highly resistant to temporal bleed. Obsidian, quartz, black glass. But what drew my attention was a note scrawled across one corner in red ink. Do not uncover unless anchored. Beneath lies the whispering core. There was also a location, hastily scribbled, Calbridge Hall. I recognized the name from an old case file. Calbridge was a remote estate north of Wexley, long since shuttered by the Crown after a series of unexplained disappearances and disruptive acoustic phenomena. The official record called it an abandoned observatory. But Vale's notes painted a different picture. I made the call to a former contact at Archives Central. In exchange for a favor I'd rather not repeat, he confirmed the site's current status. Closed, unsupervised, and still containing seismic anomalies inconsistent with geological norms. Perfect. By early afternoon, I was standing outside the rusted gates of Calbridge Hall. The estate sat on a bluff surrounded by mist-soaked moorland, its stone walls half swallowed by ivy and thyme. A fractured sundial lay crooked near the entrance, its gnomon missing. The front doors were chained, but the east conservatory, partially collapsed, allowed entry. Inside, dust coated everything like snowfall. The air buzzed faintly, an inaudible tone just outside human range. My ears adjusted painfully. Clocks again, but not visible. This time they ticked from below. In the main hall, I found it. A mirror nearly 10 feet tall, framed in tarnished brass and affixed horizontally to the floor like a hatch. Vale had marked it on his blueprints as the shell. It wasn't cracked, but it pulsed faintly, breathing as if waiting. Beside it was a control panel rigged with antique levers, most rusted beyond repair. But one, the central switch, had been recently oiled. Used. I knelt and placed my palm on the glass. Cold. Then warmth. And then a voice. Not loud. Not harsh. Just a whisper. Not in my ears, but behind them. Don't reflect. Recall. My vision blurred, and I was somewhere else. The transition wasn't visual. It wasn't like blinking and seeing a new room. It was slower, like sliding between frequencies, my surroundings melting into one another, as if reality itself had to buffer. When the blur cleared, I was standing in a circular chamber underground, lit only by a single beam of light coming through a small aperture in the ceiling. The air here felt compressed, like time was thicker in this space. The stone walls were inlaid with mirrors, each framed differently, some tarnished, some polished, and some so cracked they barely reflected anything at all. But each showed a version of me. Not reflections. Versions. One stood with a gun drawn. Another scribbled frantically into a notebook. One bled from the nose, staring in horror. And in the farthest mirror, barely visible, one version of me was laughing. Softly, unnaturally. I stepped forward. Each mirror warped slightly as I passed, like water responding to a submerged hand. I felt watched, but not just by the versions of myself. Something else was behind the glass, waiting, whispering, listening. Then I saw it. At the center of the room was a pedestal, and upon it, a frozen pocket watch encased in crystal. Its face was marked not with numbers, but with 12 unfamiliar symbols, each pulsing faintly with inner light. Beneath the pedestal, etched in ancient script, Krona Calyx, the time core, Vale's whispering core. I approached carefully. The spiral in my coat pocket vibrated, not violently, but insistently. It was no longer cold. It was warm now, almost hot, as if reacting to what I was about to do. I reached out, touched the crystal casing, and all the mirrors spoke at once. My own voice, 1,000 tones layered together, screaming, whispering, chanting, weeping. This isn't your first entry. Do not break the cycle unless you're willing to shatter. If you touch the core, you lose the line. I pulled my hand back. The lights dimmed. The chamber trembled. And behind the pedestal, a passage opened. A slit of black stone, slick and narrow, humming with restrained energy. I had no choice. Not if I wanted answers. I stepped through. The corridor narrowed immediately, pressing in on both sides like a throat made of stone. The walls pulsed faintly beneath my fingertips, and the deeper I moved, the less the space felt architectural and more organic, as if I were walking through something that once lived. The air buzzed with static, and my vision flickered at the edges. Quick cuts of moments I hadn't lived. Vale screaming at something in the dark. Morrow laying a mirror flat over a pit. A girl drawing spirals in the dirt with her fingernail until it bled. None of these images lasted long, but they stayed, etched in the backs of my eyes. The corridor opened without warning. A wide, circular vault stretched before me, filled with concentric rings of shelving, each packed with timepieces, watches, pocket watches, egg timers, hourglasses, each one cracked, shattered, or melted, and in the center, an empty chair, made of brass, shaped like an hourglass turned sideways, facing a pane of black glass embedded in the wall. I approached slowly. The spiral in my coat hummed again, and then, from the dark glass, my reflection spoke. You shouldn't have come this far. You were supposed to fail. But I forgot. You never liked being told what time it was. The voice was mine, but older, smoothed by repetition. Who are you? I asked. The reflection smiled, a tired, bent smile I'd seen once in an old photo of Vale. I'm the version of you that broke it. And I've been waiting for you to take the chair. Something shifted in the room. The ticking returned, but this time it wasn't from the watches. It was from beneath the floor, deep, mechanical, lumbering. The reflection continued. Take the chair and we align. Reject it and you go back to forgetting. No more spirals, no more echoes, just silence. My hand reached for the chair back. It was warm, beating like a second heart. The spiral in my coat surged once, then stilled. I looked into the dark glass and waited for the voice to finish. The chair felt older than anything I had ever touched. Smooth brass worn down by hands that could have belonged to versions of me, or something far less human. As I settled into it, the room reacted immediately. A low hum began to rise, not from the glass, not from the walls, but from the very air, like the world around me was tuning itself. The reflection in the black pane grew clearer, older, more deliberate. The other me now wore a coat I hadn't seen since college, patched at the elbow. A detail so minor, yet deeply personal, one I had long since forgotten. Time isn't linear, it said. It isn't circular either. It's a spiral that forgets its own origin. We are its fracture. My throat tightened. What happened to Vale? The figure leaned closer to its side of the glass. Vale tried to contain it. That was his mistake. The regulator was never meant to trap time. It was meant to distill it. When it failed, the loops began. He died in one loop, but not all. In another, he sits in this chair. In another, he leaves you this trail. But in every version, the same rule applies. Once you reach the core, you decide. I stared at the black pane. What am I deciding? Whether the time you've lived is worth continuing, or if you want to try again. I froze. And what happens if I choose to try again? The reflection gave a slow, mournful smile. Then this moment never happened, and the spiral begins anew. The humming crescendoed. Behind the reflection, scenes unfolded. My first case, a photo of a woman I once loved but hadn't seen in years. Vale standing at the edge of a cliff with his back to me. The train platform in Harrogate glowing with blue light. Then a scene I didn't recognize. A child's bedroom, a broken mobile, a watch ticking backward on the dresser. The reflection spoke again, softer now. You've almost remembered, but not quite. To move forward, you must look back and accept it. I whispered, Lira. The glass shuddered. The spiral in my pocket warmed, and the room began to come apart. The chamber shook, not violently, but as if something ancient and massive had just exhaled after centuries of stillness. The lights above flickered. The ticking from beneath the floor slowed to a crawl. Say her name again, the reflection urged. I hesitated. The name tasted like ash, like something I wasn't supposed to remember but couldn't bear to forget. Lyra. The black glass rippled. Images tore through it like shouts in a storm. A child laughing in a sunlit field. A swing creaking gently. A hand reaching up, mine, to fix a watchband on a wrist too small for it. The child's face was unclear, blurred at the edges. But the voice, Daddy? I clutched the arms of the brass chair, my knuckles white. The reflection in the mirror didn't smile now. It just watched me. Waited. She was mine, I whispered. Wasn't she? She is, the voice answered. In some timelines, in one. The one you left behind. A sick weight settled in my stomach. What happened? You let time slip. You thought you could fix it. So you stepped into the spiral and forgot. I couldn't breathe. Not just because of what I was hearing, but because part of me knew it already. This wasn't new information. It was old grief resurfacing. Where is she now? I asked. The mirror pulsed, slowly, mournfully. Trapped in a loop you abandoned to chase answers. She waits in a moment that cannot move. Ticking, but never turning. The humming in the room was now a thrum beneath my skin. The spiral in my pocket pulsed with desperate heat. You can go back, said the reflection. One last time. But you can't bring the core with you. You can't bring any of this. You'll lose the tools, the memory, the spiral. You'll start again from the moment you left her. And then you choose differently. The reflection leaned forward, close enough to press against the glass. But know this, if you fail again, she remains lost. And the spiral closes. The images faded. The dark glass stilled. The chair beneath me began to retract into the floor, and the path behind me reopened, now lined with mirrors facing inward, every one of them showing Lira, waiting, always waiting. I stood from the chair, the cold of the brass clinging to my spine like a ghost that didn't want to. Let go. The humming stopped. The ticking went silent, but the mirrors remained. Each one now reflected a different version of her. Lira, age 4, holding my hand at a train station. Lira, 8, coloring spirals into a notebook. Lira, older, too old, staring at me through the glass, lips moving in slow motion. Saying my name. I walked the corridor flanked by those impossible reflections, and every step pressed the truth deeper into my bones. I hadn't just forgotten her. I'd abandoned her. Not maliciously, not deliberately. But in my obsession with loops, echoes, and regulators, I'd traded the most vital moment of my life for the illusion of control. And she'd been stuck there, alone, in a fragment of time where clocks no longer turned. At the far end of the corridor was a door made of polished obsidian. No handle, just a phrase etched into the surface in Vale's handwriting. One path forward. One price. I touched the door. The spiral in my pocket burst into heat, too hot to hold. I dropped it. It shattered. No noise, just a flash of light, and then nothing. When I looked up again, the mirrors were gone. The corridor was gone. Only the door remained, and it was open. Inside was a platform. A single train car waiting. No engine, no tracks, just the car, hovering slightly above a stone ring etched with runes I couldn't translate but now somehow understood. A man stood by the door, wearing my face. Not the old mirror version, but one closer to mine. He gave me a look I'd only ever seen once, when I looked into a mirror after Lira disappeared, hollowed out by grief. "This is your last reset," he said. "If you choose it, everything you've learned, gone. But she'll be there, and you'll remember enough to try again." I stepped into the car. The lights flickered. The man didn't follow, just watched as the door sealed behind me, and whispered, "Do better this time." The train began to move. The train didn't move through space. It moved through memory. Windows showed no scenery, just flashes, a clock tower at dusk, Vale whispering into a telephone, Morrow arguing with someone in an alley under flickering light. And then, Lira again, always her. A montage of stillness, her room, her drawings, that same swing, now rusted and unused. The car shuddered as the train slowed. Not stopped, just slowed enough to slip between moments. And I began to remember. Not in a clean sequence, but in bursts, like photos soaked in light. I remembered a moment just after the accident. I stood in a white hallway, holding the spiral charm, listening as time folded in on itself. She wasn't supposed to survive, but I'd found a way to preserve her consciousness, threaded into a moment that could loop until I could find her. But to do that, I'd sacrificed the rest. My identity, my memories, the path back. I thought I could reset the spiral from the outside. I thought time was just another mechanism to wind, but I'd never meant to leave her in there. Not that long, not alone. The lights inside the car dimmed to a soft amber. Ahead, a door opened into a waiting room I hadn't seen since my first loop. Wood-paneled walls. A metronome ticking beside an old armchair. a coat rack with a familiar tan trench coat I'd never worn, but always meant to. A mirror at the far end showed nothing. Not me, not a reflection, just static, like a broken screen. And in front of it, sitting in that chair, Lira, eyes closed, mouth slightly open, breathing softly, frozen, ticking, but not turning. The room was part memory, part anchor, a suspension chamber that kept her mind alive while her body waited in a hospital ward with no understanding of what had gone wrong. I stepped closer. She stirred, eyes fluttering. And then she spoke. "You came late." "Lira," I whispered, my voice catching. She blinked slowly, like waking from a dream too long endured. Her eyes searched mine, not with surprise, but with recognition. "You weren't supposed to take this long," she said, her voice a fragile thread. "You promised." "I know," I said, kneeling in front of her. "I didn't mean to forget. I didn't know how far I'd gone." She frowned slightly. "The spiral eats memory. You told me that before you left." She reached out with one hand, and I took it. Warm. Real. Alive. And then I felt it. The spiral's remains still embedded in me. Dormant, but dangerous. A quiet ticking beneath my heartbeat. "You still carry the coil," she said. I nodded. "If you want to stay, it has to unwind." My pulse stuttered. If I let it go, I lose everything I've learned. "But you'll remember me." I looked down at her hand in mine. She wasn't a vision, not a projection, not an echo. She was the anchor. The reason I ever entered the spiral to begin with. And I had left her frozen in it. "Unwind it," I said, voice firm now. She smiled gently. "Close your eyes." I did, and the sound came, not loud, not chaotic, but like sand falling in reverse, a single gear turning, one final click, a thread unspooling in slow motion, and with it, the spiral inside me turned to ash. I opened my eyes. The train was gone. The mirrors, the chamber, the ticking, all gone. I sat in a hospital room, sunlight filtering through beige curtains, machines humming. Lira sat beside me, older, awake, holding my hand. "Dad?" I took a breath, felt the weight of real air in my lungs, not dream stuff, not memory haze. The sharp sterility of antiseptic mixed with sunlight, the distant hum of life beyond the hospital walls. The spiral was gone. The hum was gone. Time moved forward, and so did I. Lyra's hand gripped mine tighter, like she wasn't quite sure I'd stay this time. I didn't blame her. My mind was a stitched mess of timelines and spirals and impossible clocks, but she was the thread that held it all together. "I'm here," I whispered. A nurse passed the door, did a double take, then peeked in with wide eyes. "She's awake," I said. Lira gave me a small smile. "So are you." The hours that followed blurred in and out. Tests, doctors, questions, disbelief. No one could explain what had happened. Not really. Her brain scans were normal. Her vitals fine. Just a 3-year lapse in consciousness with no physical cause. I knew better, and I didn't need to explain it. That night, I sat beside her hospital bed, watching her sleep, while the wall clock ticked softly in the background. Unremarkable, imperfect, beautiful. Later, in the quiet, I pulled out my notebook, flipped to a blank page, and wrote, "Chrona calyx closed. Loop broken, spiral unwound. Anchor, Lira, new line established." I underlined it. Once, then turned the page, and started over. Chapter 5. The Regulator's Debt. The apartment felt different now. Same walls, same creaky floorboard near the kitchen, same dusty bookshelf half filled with unsolved case files, but something had shifted. I'd carried time like a weight for years. Now, for the first time, I could feel it letting go. But not completely. Some debts never vanish. They just wait to be called in. It started with a knock. Not loud, not rushed. 3 even taps, spaced and deliberate. Lira was resting. I rose quietly and opened the door to find Morrow standing in the hallway, collar upturned, holding a worn leather case that looked like it hadn't been opened since the Cold War. "You're out," he said simply. "I am," I replied. He stepped inside without waiting for an invitation. "I didn't think you'd come back the same." I didn't. Morrow set the case on the table and opened it. Inside, a tangle of metal fragments, broken dials, and what looked like a melted gear suspended in a tube of dark glass. "I recovered this from the foundation beneath Calbridge," he said. "After you reset the loop, the core didn't just disappear. It left something behind." I stared at the fragments. They hummed faintly, not with power, but memory. "Residual charge?" I asked. "Worse," Morrow said. "Resentment?" He pushed a small envelope toward me. Inside was a note in Vale's handwriting, only 4 words. "It remembers who wound it." And beneath the note, a faded photograph of me, holding the regulator. Morrow leaned in. "This thing, whatever's left of it, remembers you. And it's not done." I sat down slowly. I unwound the spiral. I broke the loop. Morrow nodded. "But that's not all it was. There's something deeper, older. You touched the anchor, but the regulator, the true one, you aligned with it. Even if the spiral is gone, the bond remains." "So what do I do?" I asked. He opened a side pocket of his coat and pulled out a brass key, handed it to me. "You go back to where it started. Not Vale's house, not the Time Temple." He paused. "The station in Brixham. Brixham's been abandoned for years." He raised an eyebrow. "Not underneath. Brixham Station. On paper, it was decommissioned 20 years ago after a tunnel collapse during renovations. But the records were vague, incomplete. No fatalities listed. No details on what was discovered or buried during the cleanup. But standing in front of it now, key in hand, I knew the collapse had been deliberate. A cover-up. The facade of the old station still stood, graffiti-tagged and half-sunken with ivy. The street-level entrance had been sealed with rusted chain link and padlocks, none of which mattered now. The brass key Morrow gave me wasn't for the front gate. It was for the clock tower. I found the access stairwell half hidden behind a collapsed advertising board. The lock snapped open with a mechanical click that echoed through the empty street. Inside, the narrow stone stairwell wound up in a tight spiral. As I climbed, I passed sealed doors, soot-stained wiring, forgotten signal boxes. All dead, until the top. The tower room was small, circular, and utterly silent. At its center stood a clock mechanism so old and intricate it looked like something from a dream. Carved wood gears, iron pendulums, copper inlays darkened with age. And embedded in the floor, a trapdoor, polished black glass. I knelt and touched it. Warm. The hum returned, subtle but present. The kind of resonance you feel more in your bones than your ears. I didn't wait. I inserted the brass key into the lock embedded in the mechanism. It turned with a satisfying clunk, and the trapdoor slid open, revealing a ladder that vanished into darkness below. Descending was slow. The rungs were damp and corroded, slick with moss. My hand slipped twice, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. When my boots touched stone, I was greeted by a corridor unlike any I'd seen before. Not carved, etched. Symbols lined the walls. Mathematical glyphs, notations, and tiny spirals like pressed fingerprints repeating endlessly into the dark. The tunnel branched. One path led toward silence, the other toward ticking. I followed the ticking. The chamber at the end was shaped like an inverted dome, wide at the bottom, narrowing overhead. Timepieces filled the walls, but they weren't mechanical. These were etched in light, faint projections spinning slowly in midair, ticking without gears. Each one showed a version of the same watch, the regulator, caught in different moments, different contexts. A ruin, a laboratory, a battlefield, a child's hand. But at the center of the chamber, on a pedestal of obsidian and brass, sat the original, whole, unbroken, ticking, waiting. The regulator wasn't just a watch. It wasn't just a device. Standing before it now, I realized what Vale must have learned far too late. It was a keystone, not to a place, not even to a time, to a structure of possibility. I approached cautiously. Each projection spinning in the dome shimmered slightly as I moved, showing glimpses of alternate events. Moments where Vale had destroyed it, others where he had merged with it. In one, I saw myself placing the watch into Lira's hands. She disappeared in that version. Another showed a version of me smiling as the spiral grew from my chest. I looked away. This wasn't prophecy. It was memory, just not mine. These are the debts, I realized. Every choice I made in the spiral, paid here. The regulator sat in a cradle of silver thread, suspended over a dish filled with what looked like ground obsidian and sea salt, two of the same elements Vale had used to contain time. I reached out. The regulator was warm, familiar, ticking at 3:07 a.m. exactly. But this time, when I touched it, it ticked forward. 1 second. A sharp click echoed through the dome, and suddenly the floor dropped. Not physically, temporally. I stumbled back, but the dome around me no longer obeyed gravity. I was falling through moments, not space. Each second blurred into the next. Events colliding. Vale screaming in the manor. The core chamber opening beneath Calbridge. Lira frozen in a hospital bed. The voice in the glass whispering, "This isn't your first entry." And then, a flash of light, cold, and silence. I landed hard on a surface that wasn't stone or metal. It was mirror. I looked down. I wasn't alone. Two figures stood in the reflection. One was me. The other, Morrow, but older, scarred, wearing a different coat, stitched at the collar. His eyes met mine through the surface. He spoke, voice muffled by the separation. "You've activated the debt. Now it must be balanced." I knelt, bracing myself on the cold, mirrored floor. It rippled slightly under my palms, as though resisting solidity. Across from me, beneath me, Morrow watched. Older, yes, but also tired in a way that felt earned. He tapped the other side of the mirror with 2 fingers. "The regulator's wound," he said, "isn't about time." "Not really. It's about responsibility." I frowned. "You're not the Morrow I know." I'm one who failed to stop you in another line. You ran too far into the spiral. You touched too many threads. You forgot too much." He stepped closer. "But you came back. That matters." He raised his arm. A ripple traveled through the mirror like water struck by a stone. From that distortion, a key emerged, shaped like a skeleton watch hand, thin and jagged. It floated upward, hovering above the glass. "This unlocks the anchor chamber," he said. "Use it, and the regulator breaks. Don't, and it keeps resetting you, forever." I stared at the key. "Why me?" "Because you made the first wind. You were the one who asked Vale to test it." The floor beneath me solidified. I stumbled back, heart thudding. I asked him to? You don't remember the original timeline. You were the clockmaker, not the detective. You designed the regulator. Vale just built it. You thought you could fix grief. The room changed. I stood now in a workshop. My old one, or a version of it. Tools everywhere, papers scattered. And on the bench, the first spiral sketch. My handwriting, my signature. The Krona project, concept draft 0. Everything came back. The loss. The nights I couldn't sleep after Lira's diagnosis. The theory that time, if wound properly, could trap a moment like amber, preserving it, just long enough to fix what couldn't be fixed. Vale had warned me, but I'd insisted. The regulator was your idea, Morrow's voice said again. Now you have to end it. The workshop around me shimmered, unstable. I moved closer to the workbench, drawn to the delicate chaos of invention. Scattered sketches bore annotations in both my hand and Vale's, debates about gear ratios, power reserves, temporal overlap. In the margins, desperate additions written in my own increasingly frantic script, must preserve the origin point. Loop integrity cannot outlive memory. Do not exceed the 12th spiral. I whispered the words aloud, remembering the nights I scrawled them. I was desperate, so desperate, to pause her suffering, to find just one way to outmaneuver the clock. That was my original sin. Not building the regulator, believing it owed me anything. Behind me, the workshop dissolved. I stood again in the mirrored dome. The hovering key still pulsed above the reflection, casting slow-moving shadows around the chamber like sundials frozen at noon. Morrow's voice returned. Break the anchor, and you'll return to the final thread, the true present. Fail to act, and the spiral reclaims you. Maybe not today, but soon. The regulator on the pedestal still ticked, steady, relentless. And the worst part? It sounded like Lira's heartbeat. I reached for the key. The instant my fingers touched it, time stopped again. But not like before. This wasn't silence or frozen air. This was absence, of light, of sound, of me. And in that void, a voice I hadn't heard since before all of this. Daddy. I turned. She was standing in the dark, eyes wide, not fearful, but curious. Lira. She stepped forward. Her hand fit in mine like it always had. It's okay, she said. I'm not lost anymore. I knelt, my forehead against hers. How can I make sure this stays? You already did. Just let go. The key grew warm in my hand. I turned to face the regulator. It pulsed once, as if recognizing me. I took a breath and drove the key into its center. The key slid in with no resistance, almost as if the regulator had been waiting for it. As soon as the mechanism clicked, a tremor ran through the pedestal. The silver threads holding the watch in place snapped like severed lifelines. The brass and obsidian dish below shattered, salt spraying outward like sparks from a dying star. The regulator didn't explode. It unwound, quietly, a slow, graceful disintegration. Gears unraveling into dust, hands melting into streams of gold that sank into the floor. The ticking stopped, not with a stutter, not with a bang, but with a sigh, a release, and with it. The dome shattered. Light engulfed me, but it wasn't harsh. It was memory, blooming outward. I could feel every thread being severed with surgical precision, the alternate timelines, the loops, the echoes. Not erased, just finished. A final note at the end of a long, dissonant symphony. I blinked, found myself standing outside the old Brixham station again. Midday, no dome, no spiral, no hum. Just a cracked sidewalk and a breeze that didn't feel heavy anymore. The brass key was gone. So was the watch. But I still felt her hand in mine, even if only metaphorically. And, more importantly, I remembered everything. Later, at the hospital, I visited Lyra's room. She was awake, reading. A picture book balanced on her knees. When she looked up and saw me, she didn't smile. She just tilted her head. "Did you fix it?" I sat beside her. "I think so." "Will it come back?" I thought for a long time. "No," I said finally. "Not like that, not anymore." She studied me like she knew I was lying, or at least not telling the whole truth. Then she shrugged, turned a page, and nestled closer. The world didn't change dramatically after that. No news alerts, no earthquakes, no mysterious disappearances reported. But the clocks in my apartment never skipped again. And in the middle drawer of my desk, where the spiral once sat, there was only a broken watch face, still set to 3:07 a.m., but it never ticked again. Days passed, then a week. I started sleeping again, real sleep, the kind that isn't haunted by ticking or alternate selves or domes of mirrored regret. But time wasn't done with me. Not entirely. Morrow returned, the one I knew, the one from this thread. We met in the small diner on Grayson and Fifth, neutral ground, 2 coffees, neither of us drinking. He slid a folder across the table. "Residual tremors," he said. "Small, localized, but definitely you adjacent." I opened the folder. Photos, surveillance stills, a few medical records. One caught my breath. A grainy image of a woman standing in front of an antique shop. Older, worn, but her profile was unmistakable. It was Lira, older than she should be. I looked up. "What is this?" "Echo," Morrow said. "Or maybe fallout. That regulator didn't just loop time, it duplicated potentialities. Fractals of choice. Some of them are trying to collapse inward." I stared down at the image again. She wasn't looking at the camera. She was looking through it, right at me. "She remembers," I whispered. Morrow nodded. "Which means the thread's still healing." I spent the next few nights tracing those echoes. The antique shop was real, but closed. Owner vanished years ago. The alley where a version of me had died, now just a parking lot. Clean, empty. But sometimes when I stopped walking, I heard footsteps just one step behind. Familiar, not menacing, just watching, waiting. I returned to Vale's manor one last time, now condemned. Windows boarded, structure unstable, but the clocks, still frozen at 3:07. I stepped inside the study, the air dry and brittle. The shattered grandfather clock still lay in pieces. But something had changed. A small brass plaque now sat beside the debris, etched in cursive script. "To those who risked everything to remember." And below that, carved faintly, QV. I ran my fingers over the initials. Vale had known this might happen. He'd prepared for the echo. The moment I touched the plaque, something shifted in the room. Not physically, but atmospherically. The dust didn't stir. The boards didn't creak, but I felt it in my bones. A presence, a watching. And then I heard it again. Tick, just one, but unmistakable. It came from the wall safe, the one where Vale had stored his more dangerous artifacts. I'd opened it once before, found nothing but scattered papers and an empty velvet lining. But now it hummed. I turned the dial slowly, listening more than thinking. The sequence came instinctively. 2, 7, 1, 4. Click. The door swung open. Inside was a mirror shard, no larger than a saucer. Its edges scorched, the surface etched with a spiral barely visible in the low light. Beneath it, a folded note. "This shard is all that remains of the first fracture. It cannot be destroyed, only forgotten. Keep it away from timekeepers. QV. I picked it up. It was cold, heavier than it looked. When I held it up, I saw not my reflection but a blurred image of myself standing over Vale's body, back on that first day. Not a memory, not a hallucination, a remnant. I took the shard and tucked it into a lead-lined pouch I carried now for anything I didn't quite understand. A habit born of spirals. As I left the manor, I didn't look back. Some echoes don't deserve to be awakened again. At home, I found Lira drawing at the kitchen table. "Hey," I said. She looked up. "Did you find him?" "Who?" "Mr. Vale." I paused. She pointed to her sketch. A man with wild hair, round glasses, and a pocket watch that dripped black ink like blood. "He talks to me sometimes, but only in my dreams." My spine stiffened. "You dream about him?" She nodded. "He says thank you." I sat beside her. "What else does he say?" Lira blinked. "He says you're still being watched." That night, I didn't sleep. Not because of fear, because I couldn't stop listening. Every creak of the floorboard, every shift in the wind, every soft hum of the fridge sounded like a countdown I couldn't place. I checked Lira twice. She was sleeping soundly, drawing pad tucked under her pillow. A tiny watch face sketched in the corner, labeled with a name she didn't know she shouldn't remember. Krona. I stepped onto the balcony, letting the cold air clear my head. The city was still. Streetlights flickered in rhythm, and for a moment I heard it again. Tick. Not from any clock. From inside the pouch in my coat, the mirror shard. I unzipped the pouch slowly. The shard no longer reflected anything at all. Its surface was dull, until I turned it toward the skyline. Then, just for a second, it flashed. An eye. Round, inhuman, watching me from the other side. I snapped the pouch shut. Whatever had been inside the regulator hadn't vanished. It had moved, dispersed, and fragments of it now lingered in objects like this. Residual sentience. I needed to lock it away. Not destroy it. That wasn't possible, but contain it, which meant one final visit. Morrow met me at the old observatory. It hadn't operated in years, but beneath it was a vault used by temporal researchers during the blackout years, before the spiral ever reached civilian hands. "This is everything," I said, handing him the pouch. He didn't ask what was inside, didn't want to know. But he sealed it anyway, placing it inside a sphere of magnetized crystal suspended in what he called negative memory alloy. "No one will open this," he said. I nodded. "I'll know if they try." As we locked the vault, Morrow looked at me one last time. "You paid your debt. You sure you don't want to disappear now?" I thought of Lira, of the broken spiral, of the ticking that no longer followed me in dreams. "No," I said. "There's still time left." Life resumed, but not the same as before. It was slower now, not in a way that felt stunted, but in a way that felt earned. I took Lira to school, cooked more, worked less. Every case I took now passed through a mental filter. Does this lead back to the spiral? If yes, I passed. If no, I considered it. And most of the time, I still said no. For the first time in what felt like decades, I was just a father, just a man. But I never forgot what I had been. And I knew that somewhere out there, beyond time, between echoes, others like me still looped, still fought, still tried to fix what couldn't be fixed. I hadn't saved time. I hadn't even saved Vale. But I'd broken the loop, and that was enough. On the 1-year anniversary of the regulator's destruction, Lira handed me a gift, wrapped in old newspaper. Inside was a hand-carved figurine, a pocket watch, delicate, simple, and unfinished. "I didn't know how to do the back," she said sheepishly. I turned it over. She'd left it open, a space to write something. I smiled and fetched my old etching pen. I carved 3 words. Let it pass. The clocks in our house don't match. They run fast, slow, wrong. One even ticks backward on Tuesdays. And I never fix them. Not anymore. Because now, time isn't a trap. It's a gift. Chapter 6. The 13th Spiral. I should have known it wasn't over. The dreams returned first. Not nightmares, warnings. In them, I walked hallways I'd never seen. Heard voices calling names that weren't mine. Felt the weight of watches I'd never held. All ticking at once. Then came the envelope. No return address, no postage. Just resting on my kitchen counter when I came home one evening. Lira was at a sleepover. The house was empty. The air not quite. Inside the envelope, a single sheet of the black vellum paper. Written in silver ink. The spiral was built with 12 paths, but the 13th was never sealed. It's open now, and it remembers you. There was no signature, only a glyph at the bottom, a spiral wrapped in thorns. I didn't call Morrow, didn't need to. He called me. "Tell me you didn't open the letter." "I read it," I said. "That's worse." He exhaled on the other end. We knew there was a 13th thread, an anomaly Vale never dared pursue. He said it fractured before he could stabilize it. Did it survive the collapse? Not exactly, but something did. A memory. A tether. Where? There was silence. Then, your apartment. That's why the envelope found you. You were the entry point. I turned slowly. Every ticking clock in the room, silent now for months, had started ticking again. But not in sync. Each one marked a different hour, a different day, a different version of time. I took a deep breath and turned them all to face the wall. Except one. The small silver pocket watch Lira gave me. It still didn't tick. Still held the words I'd etched inside. Let it pass. And I clung to that, because I had a feeling. The 13th spiral wouldn't. I packed lightly. Notebook, recorder, gloves, a simple toolkit, and Lira's watch. My only talisman against what was coming. The 13th spiral wouldn't be physical, not in the traditional sense. It wouldn't open a doorway in the wall or a portal beneath the floor. It would bend inward through perception, memory, identity. A spiral you entered by remembering the wrong thing at the wrong time. And that was already happening. As I stepped into the street, I passed a cafe that had burned down 2 years ago. But tonight, it was open. Lights on, music playing, patrons inside laughing, unaware they were a ghost of a possibility. On the corner, the bookstore that closed last fall displayed a new release in the window. A book I hadn't written yet, titled The Regulator's Debt. I kept walking. Morrow met me 2 blocks from the edge of where the spiral bleed had begun. He wore a new coat, not stitched like the others, reinforced, lined with copper thread and something that looked like dried thyme crushed into the seams. Protection, he said. From what? From remembering too much. He handed me a small tin of chalk. Mark your way, but don't trace circles. If you draw a spiral, even by accident. I nodded. I know. We approached the locus point at 11:59 p.m., a church that shouldn't exist. I'd walked this street hundreds of times. I knew every crack in the pavement. But now, between the bakery and the old print shop stood a stone chapel. Black mortar, no windows, a bell tower with no bell. The door was already open. And inside? Silence. Total and perfect. The kind that makes you doubt you ever heard anything at all. We entered. The walls inside pulsed faintly with movement, like breath held too long. Symbols adorned the stone, not written, grown, as if the structure had remembered its own purpose before it was ever built. I reached out to touch one, and recoiled. It wasn't stone, it was bone, polished, carved, and arranged with a precision that hurt to look at too long. Morrow whispered, "We're inside it now." I nodded, and turned to face the spiral we hadn't yet seen, but could already feel. It wasn't a staircase. It wasn't even a tunnel. The 13th spiral, when we finally saw it, was a hall of mirrors that folded in on itself like the interior of a nautilus shell. The air was thick, static-charged, carrying the metallic scent of old circuitry and ozone. Each mirror was fogged until we passed. Then it showed a version of us, not a reflection, a thread. One where I had never broken the regulator, one where Lira never woke up, one where Morrow bled out on a marble floor clutching a fragment of time in his fist. He paused in front of that one, stared. "I didn't scream," he said quietly. "Number you didn't." We kept moving. The spiral whispered as we descended. Not voices, not words, names. Mine, Morrow's, Vale's, and then new ones. Lira, Harriet, Dr. Solis, Father Keld. Names I hadn't heard in years. Names from case files I thought long closed. Every thread the regulator touched led here. That's what the 13th spiral was. The forgotten cost, not what we did, what we left undone. We reached the center, a chamber shaped like a watch casing, gears suspended overhead like chandeliers. And in the middle, a table, wooden, carved. On it sat 12 timepieces, evenly spaced in a circle, and in the center of that ring, a 13th, identical to the regulator I'd destroyed. But this one ticked backward. Morrow stepped forward, breath catching. "That's impossible." "It's not the regulator," I said. He nodded. "Number, it's its shadow." The moment I stepped over the threshold, the clocks around us all shattered. The one in the center, still ticking, and the whispering stopped, replaced by a single sound, knocking, from below the table, 3 precise knocks, then silence, and then a voice that was my own, but not, "You came too late." The voice wasn't an echo. It wasn't playback. It was active, aware. It responded when I moved, when I breathed. I took a step toward the center, and it spoke again. "You shouldn't have followed the knock." Morrow raised his hand, signaling caution. "This chamber's alive." I nodded. Or haunted. The table before us, surrounded by the remains of shattered clocks, began to change. Not physically, but perceptually. The angles warped. The space elongated. The 13th timepiece at the center seemed to hover, suspended by nothing. I circled it slowly. Its hands spun counterclockwise, reversing hours, days, years. Time coiled back, and with every turn, images flickered across the surface. Visions of alternate selves, broken spirals, frozen worlds. One showed Vale's body still moving. Another showed Lira aged into dust, cradling a clock. A third showed me, but hollow-eyed, seated at a mirror, winding this very device over and over, whispering, "Let it pass, let it pass, let it—" I struck the image. The spiral shuddered. "You want to break it?" Morrow asked. "No," I said. "It's not complete." "Then what are we here for?" I turned toward the floor where the knocking had come from. There, beneath the table, was a hatch, circular, brass, with no handle, just an indentation shaped like a key. A key I didn't carry, but I did carry something else. I took out Lira's watch, opened it, still broken, still frozen. But when I placed it against the hatch, it hummed. resonated. The hatch unsealed. The voice returned. You opened the anchor. Now you owe the echo. Morrow stepped back. You don't have to go in there. I do, I said. Why? Because I left someone behind. The hatch creaked open, revealing a spiral stairwell carved from brass and obsidian. It wasn't slick like metal, nor dusty like stone. It pulsed faintly, alive in the same way the dome beneath Calbridge had been. I descended alone. Morrow remained behind, watching, ready to close the hatch if things went wrong. Each step downward felt like descending into memory. The stairs didn't spiral downward so much as inward, curling through my own past, intersecting moments I thought sealed. Flashes surrounded me. My first day as a detective, Lira's first fever, Vale's workshop alight with possibilities, and then a corridor lined with doors. There were 13 of them, each marked with a date. Only one was open. The door marked March 3rd, 3:07 a.m. I stepped inside. I was in Vale's manor again, but not any version I knew. This one was frozen mid-collapse. Furniture suspended in air, glass shattering mid-fall, papers drifting without motion. Time paused, caught between frames, and in the center of the room, myself, seated, unmoving, hands cupped around the regulator, mouth agape in silent scream, eyes black. The voice echoed again, surrounding me. You left a version behind, one who never escaped. He kept winding, kept trying to make it right. He built the 13th spiral out of his own regret. I knelt beside him, beside me, and placed a hand on his shoulder. It was like touching cold ash, dry, crumbling. His head turned, not fast, just a slow recognition. His lips moved. One word, finish. And with that, his body shattered. Dust and time displaced into the frozen room, rippling outward, collapsing the illusion. The regulator in his hands vanished, and in its place, Lira's broken watch, now ticking. I grabbed it, heart racing. Above me, I heard the spiral moan. The walls began to twist inward. The spiral was collapsing. I ran for the stairs. The spiral didn't just collapse, it remembered. As I ran up the brass stairwell, the structure began folding in on itself like a dying watch spring. With every step, pieces of my own timeline flickered across the walls. My father's voice at the edge of memory, the precise feel of Lira's tiny hand in mine the day I first held her. Even Vale's laugh. Sharp, short, ironic. Time wasn't resisting me. It was pleading with me to stop, to turn back, to wind again. But I didn't. I gripped Lira's ticking watch and climbed until the hatch came into view, now pulsing like a heartbeat, straining to stay open. Morrow's voice came through faintly. Move! It's collapsing in both directions. I lunged forward and cleared the threshold just as the hatch slammed shut behind me. The impact knocked me off my feet. The air went still. I lay on my back, watching as the spiral chamber cracked. The table, the shattered clocks, the walls of the church, all of it blurred, then vanished in a quiet flash of silver light. We were back on the street. The church never existed, just an empty lot. Morrow was kneeling beside me. "Did you retrieve it?" he asked. I opened my hand, Lira's watch, still ticking. He smiled grimly. Then it worked. We walked in silence, past the bookstore that now displayed no books, past the cafe that was once again a charred skeleton, past the corner where shadows no longer lingered. The timeline had reset, but this time it had chosen which parts to keep. The echoes were gone, the spiral sealed, but not erased, contained, in this. I turned Lira's watch over in my palm. A new inscription had appeared, not etched by me, not by her, just 4 words, thread secured, Anchor held. A week later, Morrow left. No warning, no trace. Only a single note slid under my door. The spiral isn't dead, just dreaming. When it stirs again, it'll look for you. Keep the anchor close. I searched for him. Every contact, every network, even the fallback channels we used when we operated off-grid. Nothing. Gone. But I knew he was right. Even sealed, the spiral waited. And it would try to speak again, through objects, through time, through people. That same evening, Lira asked a question over dinner, completely innocent, completely terrifying. "Daddy, what's the 13th wish?" I froze. "What do you mean?" "I read in that book," she said, "the one in the basement. It said there are always 12 wishes, but if someone's desperate enough, they ask for one more." I leaned in. "What happens if they do?" Lira shrugged, scooping peas onto her spoon. "They forget what they wished for." I checked the basement later. No such book. I didn't own one, never did. But in the far corner, beneath an old tarp, I found something else. A mirror, fractured, etched with a spiral. That night, I locked it in the attic, sealed the door with salt and iron nails. Not because I believed it would stop anything, but because I had to try. Time wasn't done with me, but I was done being its pawn. The days that followed were quiet, too quiet. Lira returned to school. I cleaned out Vale's notes one final time, boxed them for storage, deep, deep storage. I let my beard grow, answered only 2 calls for consultation, both of which I politely declined. But the spiral wasn't done. It left. Residue. Glitches in reality I tried to ignore. A shadow moving before the light changed. My reflection turning its head a moment after I did. A newspaper on my stoop dated a week ahead, with an obituary circled in red ink. Mine. I visited the gravesite from the obituary. There was no stone, but there was a plot, freshly dug and filled. No flowers, just a single broken watch placed on top, ticking irregularly. When I picked it up, it stopped. The air grew heavy, and behind me a whisper. "You close the spiral, but not the wound." I turned. Nothing there, just silence. But in the trees beyond the hill, a faint spiral of crows took flight in perfect formation. That night, I dreamed of the 13th chamber again. Only this time, it was empty. No table, no ticking, just a child's drawing on the floor. A stick figure holding hands with another. Lira. And someone else. Someone tall. Thin. Wearing a coat stitched with clock hands. I couldn't see his face, but I knew what it meant. She'd been seen. Not just by the spiral, by something deeper. I woke in a cold sweat, the ticking of Lira's gift echoing louder than it should. I checked her room. She was fine, sleeping, but in her hand she clutched the chalk Morrow once gave me. And on the wall beside her bed, a perfect spiral, drawn in red crayon. The spiral on the wall wasn't large, maybe 8 inches across, drawn in wide, careful strokes like something copied from memory, not imagined. And it was perfect. Too perfect for a child's hand. No overlaps, no hesitation. Each line coiled with mathematical precision, as if drawn by a machine. But the red crayon lay beside her pillow, worn down to a nub. I reached for it, touched the spiral, and felt it pulse. Not in my fingers, in my mind. A shiver ran through me, an old familiarity. The spiral didn't want to harm her. It wanted to use her. I wiped it from the wall, not because it would stop anything, but because I needed to buy time. Then I packed our bags. Just one. Lira didn't ask questions. She never did when I used that voice. We drove through the night. No direction, no map, only away. from the spiral, from the shadow, from whatever came after the echo. At dawn, I stopped at a gas station diner, got her pancakes. She smiled, but as she ate, she asked, "Is he still watching?" My throat tightened. "Who?" "The man in the hallway." She drew in the condensation on the window. Another spiral. But this one? It wasn't closed. The final line reached outward toward the glass edge, toward me. I knew then. The 13th spiral had never been a place, or a time. It was a legacy, a curse of memory. It doesn't end when the clocks stop. It ends when you stop remembering. I mailed the watch to tomorrow's last known storage site. No note, no return address. If he was alive, he'd know what it meant. If he wasn't, then at least I wouldn't have it anymore. But it didn't matter, because the ticking didn't stop. It followed us now, not through objects, but through memory. Every time I looked away from Lira for too long, I swore the air around her shimmered. Every time I let my guard down, I saw traces of red crayon spirals in places she hadn't been. I asked her once, "What do you see when you draw those?" She looked up, thought about it, then said simply, "The part of me that doesn't sleep." I called them episodes. She called them reminders. I tried to teach her containment techniques, salt lines, mental anchoring, reflective disassociation. She picked them up fast, too fast. The spiral had left its mark, and she'd carry it forever. So now we keep moving, not hiding, just drifting. We stop in small towns, visit museums, let clocks tick however they like. I've stopped correcting the time, stopped tracking the days, because the moment I start to count again, the spiral might find a foothold. And I can't let that happen. Not to her. Not again. The spiral still lives, somewhere beyond chronology. It doesn't want the world. It wants those of us who try to understand it, who think time is a line. But it's not. It's a spiral. And if you trace it long enough, it starts tracing you. Chapter 7. The Architect of Stillness. We arrived in a town not on any map, not one I'd ever seen anyway. Lira spotted it first, just past the ridge. A collection of slate-roofed homes nestled in a fog-drenched valley. No signage, no radio signals, just the faint hum of something too regular to be natural. Every hour on the hour, a chime rang out. No bell, just tone. Precise, mechanical, almost surgical. I checked my watch. The tone rang 4 seconds before the hour. Lira said nothing, but I saw her wince. She heard something I didn't. We pulled into the center of the village. A post office, a bakery, an apothecary, and, at the highest point, a clock tower made of smooth gray stone. It had no hands. The innkeeper. Didn't ask for a name, didn't check a ledger, just handed me a key and said, "Your room's upstairs." We put the girl on the east side, safer that way. I didn't ask why, didn't need to, because as I turned toward the stairs, I noticed something peculiar. I didn't touch the watch, didn't breathe too close. Just shut the drawer slowly and backed away from it like it was a sleeping animal I couldn't name. But even as I turned, I felt the pressure build behind my eyes, a low-frequency vibration echoing from the floorboards, from the walls, from the air. A moment later, the chime rang out again. Not the usual clean note. This time it was distorted, bent at the edge, and it came 7 seconds late. I went to check on Lira. She was sitting upright in bed, awake, drawing. This time, not a spiral, but a building, a perfectly symmetrical one. Tall, towering, unmarked, lined with windows that seemed too small to be real. At the top, a circle, not a clock face, just a ring, hollow. "Where did you see that?" I asked. She didn't stop drawing. "In my head." He built it so it wouldn't fall when time breaks. Who? The man with the still eyes. I took the drawing and folded it away, not to hide it, but to study it later, because I recognized it, not from memory, from Vale's notes. There had been a single sketched reference to something he called the quiet framework. He'd dismissed it as unfinished, a theory of perfect temporal equilibrium, where time didn't flow or freeze. It just held, a system of pause. He said it couldn't exist, but Lira had drawn it, from memory. We left the inn at dawn and walked to the clock tower. It was taller than it looked from town, much taller, and absolutely silent. Up close, the stone shimmered faintly, as if rejecting natural light. The door wasn't locked. Inside, a single staircase spiraled up around a hollow shaft. No cables, no gears, no bell, just smooth, endless stone, and carved every 10 steps, a name. Some were scratched out, but the last one, still fresh. Quentin Vale, a sketch tacked to the wall behind the desk. One I knew, a spiral, but this time, the lines ended in sharp points. At midnight, I woke to silence. True silence. No wind, no insects, no house creaks, only a faint ticking inside my skull. I thought it was a dream, until I opened the drawer beside my bed and found it. A watch, old, still ticking, with no face, just 12 tiny identical eyes, blinking slowly in place of numbers. The name stopped me, not because it was fresh, though it was, but because I knew that carving. I'd seen it before, in a different place, a different timeline, on a vault sealed beneath the Calbridge archive, etched in the same hand that wrote the regulator's schematics. Vale had been here, before, after, or during, in a place where such distinctions didn't matter. Lira touched the stone below his name and flinched. Too cold, she whispered. But it was summer. We climbed, 10 steps at a time. Each set brought a new name. Each name made the air a little thicker, as if we weren't breathing oxygen anymore, but compressed memory. By the 7th set of stairs, I began hearing them. Whispers, not from behind, not from above, from inside the stone. Short, clipped phrases, out of order, half-finished. 13th anchor. He forgot the hinge. Held too long. Lira heard them too. She started humming, low and soft, like a shield. It worked. For her. I kept climbing. At the 15th landing, I reached the end of the names, but the stairs kept going. Now unmarked, now narrowing. At the top, I found a door, not made of wood or metal, but something smoother, like bone-polished ivory, and carved into the center, a spiral. But unlike the others, this one wasn't circular. It was a cube, spiraling inward through impossible dimensions. I knocked. Once, and the door opened. The chamber beyond was lightless, but not dark. The space had presence, not shape, and at its center stood a man, thin, tall, hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed, not sleeping, listening. He opened his eyes the moment I stepped inside, and they weren't eyes. They were timepieces, not literal, just impossibly still, like the face of a stopped clock that somehow ticked inward instead of forward. He didn't speak, didn't move, but I felt him measuring me. Lira stayed behind the threshold. I hadn't told her to, but she knew. Whatever this was, it was for me. The architect tilted his head. Not a greeting, an evaluation, then said, "You carry the regret." My voice came out hoarse. I destroyed the regulator. But not the wound. He extended a hand, not to offer, but to show. Inside his palm rested a model of the tower we stood in, but it wasn't just the tower. It was the framework. Tiny gears rotated inside the stone. Tiny doors opened and shut, without hinges. I could see figures inside, walking in loops, performing identical actions over and over. I saw myself, climbing, pausing, listening, failing. He turned the model, and one wall split open. Inside, a heart beating, but not red, silver, synchronized to the ticking that still echoed in my head. He whispered, "This is the only stillness left. Not freeze, not break, hold. But it's flawed, because it remembers. And you are a flaw." My hands clenched. I stepped forward. "If you're the architect, then why build this? Why a system that traps time but keeps pain?" He nodded slightly. "Because if pain is not remembered, you do it again." That shut me up. Because he wasn't wrong. Because I'd lived it. He turned the model toward Lira. She stood outside the door, watching. His voice dropped. "She is an echo, but also an answer." I reached for my pocket where her drawing was folded. It was gone. In its place, a key, shaped like an infinity sign, carved from salt and glass. I stared at the key in my hand. It shimmered, not with light, but potential, the kind that bent probability and memory, the kind that demanded a cost. The architect watched without expression. "You can lock the framework," he said, "seal the anomaly, prevent the echo from spreading. But you must remain within." I knew what that meant. No time, no Lira, just stillness. Forever. A pocket of frozen memory to ensure the world could spin without interference. A scar that never fully healed but stopped the bleeding. I looked back at her, still standing by the door. She didn't speak, just gave me a nod, a knowing nod, like she'd expected this. I turned back to the architect. Then what happens to her? She forgets. Everything? Only the spiral. I hesitated, and then said what I'd never said aloud. "She's my anchor." He nodded. "Then leave her the watch." I pulled it from my coat. Lyra's gift, still ticking, still whole, and as I held it, I remembered something Morrow once said. Anchors only work when they're buried deep. I crossed the room and placed the watch on the model's heart. Immediately, the ticking slowed. Not stopped, not erased, just paused, like breath between beats. The architect reached out and touched my forehead. A cool sensation spread through my skull, like water draining from a basin. And just like that, I remembered everything. All the threads, all the lives, all the spirals, and I understood. I wasn't the detective anymore. I was the lock. The transformation wasn't dramatic. There was no flash of light, no scream, no rippling of space. Just a quiet rearrangement. One moment I was standing. The next, I was rooted. Not to the floor, to the moment. The architect stepped back, model still in hand. He placed it on a pedestal that hadn't existed seconds before. And then he whispered, "This time, it holds." Outside the chamber, Lira blinked. She looked around as if waking from a dream. The red crayon in her hand was gone. The spiral on the page was just a circle now. Empty, innocent. She turned and left the clock tower without looking back, without needing to. Because in her mind, she hadn't come here, hadn't walked stairs of names, hadn't seen the man with still eyes. Only a road trip, a town, and her father, always just ahead, saying, "Keep walking, kiddo. Time waits for no one." But it did now. Time waited. In this sealed chamber. In me. I couldn't feel hunger or cold or pain, but I could feel the vibration of every ticking thing in the world beyond. I could feel Lira laughing at a new school. I could feel Morrow reading a letter he never expected. I could feel Vale, not alive, but remembered. Each tick, a thread, each moment preserved. but not all threads hold. In the chamber's corner, a crack appeared in the model's base. Hairline, innocuous. But I felt it like a fracture in my ribs, because time wants to move. And memory? It fights to be remembered. I could feel the strain, like tension in a cord pulled too tight. The framework was built to hold, but only with precision. And humans were anything but precise. Somewhere, someone was remembering too much, or forgetting too fast. Either one would fray the lock. I focused my will, not to force time back into stillness, but to listen. Across 100 timelines I heard the stutters, a man who dreamed in backward hours, a child born with a heartbeat out of sync, a city where every train arrived before it left, pockets of resistance, whispers of revolt. The spiral wasn't gone, just slumbering, waiting for doubt. The architect remained silent. He did not instruct, he only witnessed, because that was his role. Builder, observer, never a participant. I asked, finally, "Did you ever anchor yourself?" His expression didn't change, but his answer came like a bell. Once, and the spiral forgot me. I think that was when I understood the real fear. Not that time would break again, but that I would be erased from the memory of everything I'd saved. That Lira would grow up without the echo of my voice. That Mara would never recall my warnings. That Vale's journals would list me as unknown party. Stillness was noble, but it was lonely. And then something shifted. A pulse in the tower. An intrusion. Outside the framework, someone had found the drawing, the cube spiral. Someone was tracing the lines again, trying to open a door I had locked with my own being. And I knew what I had to do next. The framework had no alarms, but I felt the breach the way a veteran feels a storm in their bones. A tremor across the suspended threads, tiny anomalies blinking in and out like quantum static. Someone had redrawn the spiral. Not Lira, not Morrow. A new actor. One I hadn't accounted for. They had uncovered remnants. Vale's discarded pages, my sealed evidence logs, a mirror forgotten in some attic that should have been salted and shattered. And now they were trying to replicate the mechanism. The architect spoke low and cold. You must either expand the lock or exit it. I hesitated. I had sworn not to undo the seal, had bound my identity into the stasis field. But expansion, that was different. Not a breach, a bridge, a way to absorb the intrusions without cracking the chamber itself. But expansion came with consequences. To stretch stillness meant introducing motion, even if just a sliver. And in that sliver, the spiral could slip in again. I reached toward the pedestal. The model responded. Its central axis bloomed open like a flower of interlocked gears, revealing the chamber's core thread, a silver filament pulsing faintly. I touched it and whispered, "Expand, but anchor to me." The filament pulsed once, then stretched, outward into the real world, into them, whoever they were. In that moment, I saw them. A woman in a basement archive, brushing dust from a blueprint. A boy in a hospital sketching spirals in a trance. A technician repairing a clock that wouldn't tick, no matter the battery. The spiral had called to all of them. And now I was calling back, threading my voice into their memories, giving shape to warning. I am the lock, but I am also the whisper, the dream, the forgotten instinct that stops your hand before you rewind the wrong watch. The expansion held, just barely. The breach didn't rupture the framework, but it brushed it. A glancing contact, enough for echoes to slip through. Now they'd remember something they hadn't lived. A name in the back of the mind. A ticking sound in complete silence. a faint image of a man with clockwork eyes in a dream that feels like a memory. It was my voice they would hear in moments of hesitation. Don't wind it again. A warning passed through time like breath in fog. But not everyone would heed it. Some would dig deeper. Some always do. I watched the map of threads shimmer. Each new breach lit up like a star. But they weren't violent. Not yet. Just points of pressure. Curiosity, mostly. The spiral loves curiosity. It rewards the brave, then devours them. I had to guide their hands without showing them mine. Let them believe the insight was theirs. Let them feel like they solved it before they knew what it was. Lira would forget me. Not all at once, just gently. My voice becoming a phrase she couldn't place. My stories becoming ones she thought she'd read elsewhere. The watch, though, it would stay with her. As long as it ticked, she'd be safe. If it stopped, then even the architect wouldn't be able to predict the result. Because the spiral wasn't just a shape. It was a choice. Every time someone looked at a broken clock and wondered why. They were listening. The architect stepped beside me. For the first time, he looked tired. It grows faster now. I know. You cannot stay here forever. I smiled, just a little. I already haven't. The architect regarded me with something close to respect. Not approval, not camaraderie, but an acknowledgement. I had done what even he had failed to do. Not build the chamber, not seal the breach, but choose to remain when escape was still possible. I had chosen containment over control, sacrifice over silence. The framework pulsed one final time, then settled. The breach thread had absorbed the anomalies. The model closed. I felt the tension relax, but not disappear. Stillness isn't perfection. It's maintenance, an eternal vigil against entropy's whisper. But for now, the spiral had no foothold, no opening, only watchers, dreamers, locks. Beyond the chamber walls, I could sense the world ticking again. Not blindly, not perfectly, but wisely. Somewhere, a child hesitated before winding a clockwork toy with a spiral-shaped key. Somewhere else, a mechanic paused, looking at a blueprint that didn't make sense, but felt true. And, in a library, Lira laughed at something on a page, unaware that the rhythm of her heartbeat was measured by a watch no longer wound by hand, but by memory. I closed my eyes. The architect returned to his place in the corner, timeless, still, but not alone, and I whispered the mantra that had begun this all. If the time stops, don't wind it again. Chapter 8. The Final Tick. Time is patient. Even broken, it waits for someone to notice the silence, and then it calls out. Not loudly, not even clearly, but with that tiny, irresistible voice you hear just before sleep, the one that says, "What if?" Lira was 17 when she remembered me, not as a name, not even as a person, but as a shadow in a half-remembered dream. Someone standing at the edge of a spiral tower, whispering to her as she sketched. She found the notebook one rainy evening, tucked in a storage box marked summer camp. Only she'd never gone to camp, not once. Inside were drawings she didn't remember making, blueprints, watches, a figure with eyes like stopped clocks. She brought the notebook to a woman in the city, an academic, a former systems theorist who'd once crossed paths with Quentin Vale. The woman listened without interruption, then said softly, "You've seen the framework." Lira blinked. "What framework?" "Exactly." The woman slid a single photo across the desk. Lira stared. It was the model she'd drawn as a child, down to the spiral bloom. Except this one had a crack through its center. The photo unnerved her. not because of what it showed, but because of what it remembered. The spiral was familiar, not in design but in emotion, a sense of compression, of stillness that hadn't been earned, only imposed. The woman across the desk, Dr. Miriam Etch, pointed to the crack. This appeared 2 months ago, in all versions of the model, digital, analog, mnemonic simulations. All versions. The ones we didn't create. Lira stared at her. You mean the spiral? It's real? Dr. Etch leaned in. It's not just real, it's waiting. That night, Lira couldn't sleep. Not from fear, from recognition. The ticking returned in her dreams, not mechanical, organic, like a heartbeat in her spine. It led her to an attic she didn't know, to a door she'd never opened, and there, on a pedestal of stone and salt, the watch, still ticking, still hers. She reached for it, and just before her fingers touched the crown, a voice. If the time stops. She woke up. The next morning she packed her bag, told no one where she was going, only left a note that read, I think he's still in there. I think he's watching the spiral, and I think he's waiting for me to finish what he started. She carried the notebook, and the sound in her chest that didn't belong to any clock she'd ever owned. It was time. She returned to the town without a name, the one nestled in fog, whose clock tower had no hands. It hadn't changed, not outwardly, but she had, and so had the silence. It was deeper now, less like absence, more like intention. She stood at the inn's door for several minutes before stepping inside. The clerk was different, younger, smiling. No spiral behind the desk this time. But Lira knew better. It was never just on the walls. It was beneath them, waiting. She climbed the tower alone. No names on the stairs anymore, only smooth stone, as if history had been erased, or assimilated. But as she reached the top, something strange happened. The spiral door wasn't closed. It was ajar, a sliver of dark glowing faintly at the edges, like a firefly held between 2 panes of glass. She hesitated, and then walked in. The chamber felt colder, smaller, but not empty. At the center stood the model, no longer gleaming. The spiral cube had collapsed inward, its gears exposed like ribs, and in its heart, the watch, still ticking, but slower, much slower. Lira stepped forward, and she saw me, not clearly, but shaped in light. My outline shimmered around the pedestal, faint, translucent, but unmistakably me. She didn't cry, didn't speak, just smiled, and said the words I'd never told her, but she somehow always knew. I brought you a new key. From her coat pocket, she drew out a small object, delicate, warm, hand-shaped. It wasn't metal, it wasn't glass, it was memory, compressed into form. A key, yes, but not like any she'd seen before. It pulsed softly, in rhythm with the ticking of the old watch, and when she held it up, the chamber responded. The air shimmered. The spiral edges of the model softened, and the fracture stopped growing. I watched her from within the framework, not with eyes, not even with thought, but with something deeper. A thread I hadn't realized I'd left behind, knotted tightly around her heartbeat. She hadn't come to break the seal. She'd come to anchor it again. And maybe replace me. She placed the key at the model's base. It didn't click. It didn't turn. It sank, drawn inward like water into parched soil. The pedestal accepted it, and the ticking aligned. For the first time in decades, the spiral wasn't pulling outward. It was holding still, held by her. The architect appeared beside her, this time with color in his skin, his clockwork eyes replaced by something older, wiser. He bowed, not deeply, but enough. The anchor lives. The lock endures. Lira turned to where I flickered and whispered, "Sleep now, Dad. I've got it from here." The moment she spoke those words, I felt it. The release. Not an erasure, not a disappearance, a passing. The threads uncoiled from me like old vines cut free. Not abruptly, not cruelly, just gracefully. My presence receded from the chamber. The pedestal dimmed where I had once stood, and in that space, she took root. Lira didn't flinch, didn't falter. She stood in the center of the spiral and drew a breath that echoed backward through every locked moment I had ever held. The architect stepped away, not gone, but observing now from the outside. The framework no longer needed him. It had her. Outside the tower, the village stirred. Not loudly, not visibly, but with the small, unmistakable signs of rejoining the world. Lights flickered in windows. Wind moved through the grass. A dog barked once, then fell silent. Not frightened, just aware. That time had resumed its rhythm, that the spiral had closed, at least for now, and in libraries, notebooks, quiet halls of forgotten artifacts, the whispers paused. People still saw the spiral, still felt the hum behind certain clocks, but now they blinked, took a breath, and walked away, unharmed, unmoved, because someone was watching, because someone was holding the line. In the chamber, Lira felt the weight settle, not crushing, not burdensome, just permanent. Like her pulse was now braided with the ticking of every timepiece that had ever stalled at 3:07. She didn't need the architect to explain what it meant. She knew. To be the anchor was not to be frozen. It was to stay still when the world moved too fast, to feel every crack forming before it widened, to close them, not with power, with presence. Outside, the world rewrote its story, slightly, quietly, new timelines smoothed, anomalies resolved. Somewhere, a scientist dismissed her breakthrough theory as flawed and started fresh. Elsewhere, a child stopped sketching spirals and picked up a new book. At the edge of a forest, an old clock in a ruined manor began ticking again, slowly, offbeat, but real. Time was remembering itself. In a different city, Dr. Miriam Etch received a package. Inside, a page torn from Vale's original journal, now updated in unfamiliar handwriting. A silver thread, looped twice and sealed in salt, and a small card that simply read, "The anchor holds. The spiral dreams. Sleep while you can." She burned the note, but not the thread. That she framed. At night, in the chamber, Lira dreamed. Not of spirals, of stories. A man telling her bedtime mysteries. Of bells that stopped. Of trains that vanished. Of footsteps with no owner. Of time frozen to the breath of memory. And when she woke, the watch still ticked. Software. Sure. Unbroken. The architect lingered for a time, drifting along the edges of the chamber like an old blueprint waiting to be filed. He watched Lira settle into the rhythm, watched her recalibrate the model, watched the threads of memory bend slightly, then hold firm. He didn't speak, not until she asked, "What happens if I forget?" He turned slowly, eyes not quite human anymore, but gentler than they'd ever been. Then another will come. Draw the spiral, listen for the tick, and remember you. She frowned. So the lock never truly closes. He nodded. Only dreams of being closed. Lira leaned over the pedestal, ran her fingers along the framework. It pulsed back, acknowledging her touch, not resisting it. She wasn't forcing the spiral to sleep. She was singing it a lullaby. Somewhere across the planet, a man opened a grandfather clock to fix its chime. He paused. Saw something etched in the back he'd never noticed before. A spiral. barely visible, almost worn away. He smiled, blinked, and forgot it. Just forgot. But he still closed the clock carefully and placed a pinch of salt inside before shutting the case. He didn't know why, but it felt right. This is how time heals. Not through force, but through stories past. On without origin, habits we don't remember learning, warnings whispered in the dark, the lock remains. And its keeper? She listens. Months passed, maybe years. In the chamber, time had no weight. It moved when she let it, paused when it threatened to unravel. Lira lived between the seconds, not outside of them, beneath them. She sent messages in dreams, soft ones, hints, to those most likely to hear them. Some became artists who drew the same pattern over and over, never knowing why. Some became engineers who refused to build machines without redundancy. Just in case, they'd say. Some became detectives, curious ones, the kind who asked questions that couldn't be answered on paper. Each one was a ripple, each one proof that the spiral could be held. One day, the architect returned, not to warn, to deliver, a name written in light. Mara Vale. Lira stared at it. Quentin's daughter? The architect nodded. She's found the mechanism. She hears the ticking. Lira pressed her palm to the pedestal, felt the vibration. A new breach forming, but small. Not threatening, not yet. Just curious. She'll need guidance, Lira said. You can offer it, he replied. But I can't leave. Number, but you can echo. Lira closed her eyes and whispered into the ticking. Mara. If you find the watch, don't wind it yet. Wait. Listen. Then choose. Outside the chamber, Mara Vale stumbled across her father's final notebook. It was buried beneath the floorboards, sealed with wax and bound in old velvet, exactly where Lira knew it would be. Inside were half-finished diagrams, references to a girl he'd met once who carried stillness in her bones. He'd never known Lira's name, only her presence. And he'd felt it the way all horologists feel a timepiece out of sync. In his teeth, in his spine, in the way shadows fell against mirrors that didn't reflect light properly. Mara read each page slowly, methodically. But it wasn't until she placed her hand on the final diagram, the collapsed spiral, that she heard it. Not a voice, a rhythm, subtle, inviting. Not demanding her attention, but waiting for it. Like an old friend standing at the edge of a dream. She heard, wait, listen, choose. She stepped back from the notebook, eyes wide, mouth slightly open. No one else heard it. No one else felt the tug at the edge of memory. But she did, because Lira had reached out from the lock, and the thread had found its way into Mara's pulse. In the chamber, Lira smiled. She could feel Mara pause, could feel her resist the instinct to wind the hidden key. She didn't need to guide her, just hold the space. Let time breathe. Let curiosity settle into respect. The breach closed before it opened. Mara walked away, and the spiral sighed. Not in hunger, in relief. The framework shimmered once, then steadied. No cracks, no echoes, just silence. The good kind. The kind that follows understanding. That follows trust. Lira sat beside the pedestal. The watch at its center still ticked, but slower now, almost at rest. She ran her hand along its casing, no longer worried about stopping it, because she knew. Stopping wasn't the danger. Forcing it to run, that was. Outside, the world continued, seamlessly. The spiral had become story again, dormant, a myth passed through bedtime tales and unexplained hesitations. The child who won't enter a room because the air feels wrong. The man who skips one train and takes the next without knowing why. the clockmaker who salts his workbench every morning, whispering thanks to no one. They were listening, even if they didn't know it. In her dreams, Lira saw me. Not clearly, just enough. She stood by a shoreline that didn't exist, watching footprints vanish behind her, and I stood ahead, in silhouette, waiting, not calling her forward, just waiting, because I knew. One day she'd finish her story, close her spiral, and rest. Until then, she would hold the lock, and time would thank her in quiet ways. A sunset that lingered 1 minute longer, a child born with a perfect heartbeat, a watch that never needed winding again. The end. The lock holds, the spiral sleeps. Chapter 9. Echoes of the Anchor. At first, Lira didn't notice the change. The framework still pulsed steadily. The watch still ticked in perfect rhythm. The pedestal responded to her touch with a gentle hum of acknowledgement. Everything was as it should be. Except the dreams. They'd returned. Not the comforting echoes of her father or quiet symbols etched in memory, but new dreams. Sharp, disjointed, out of place. A corridor where the walls whispered. A library where the shelves rearranged themselves. A bell ringing at 3:07 a.m., even though no bell had been struck. She sat up one night, breathing hard. The air in the chamber felt denser, like static before a storm. She pressed her fingers to the watch. Its ticking had hesitated. Just once. A microsecond, barely perceptible. But to Lira it was a shout. The architect reappeared that morning, and this time he looked uncertain. "It's not a breach," he said. "Then what is it?" "A resonance." "With what?" "A time that shouldn't exist." Lira felt the hairs rise on the back of her neck. "You mean the spiral is returning?" He shook his head slowly. "Number something worse. A version of the spiral that adapted." She remembered the phrase from Vale's notes. Mechanism older than memory. What if it wasn't just older? What if it had evolved? The architect led her to the edge of the framework, beyond the pedestal, beyond even the clockwork map of threads and seals. Here, the chamber faded into a different kind of space. Memory space. It wasn't built. It was remembered into shape. And what they found there disturbed them both. A thread that looped. Not broken, not severed, but curved inward, spinning in on itself like a spiral caught in feedback. A temporal recursion. Lira stared at it. "That's not mine." The architect nodded grimly. "Number. It's from a future you haven't reached yet, but it's bleeding backward." She touched the thread and gasped. A flood of sound crashed into her. Gears screaming. A child laughing, then choking. A watch smashing against a stone, and someone whispering, "Time doesn't stop. It just hides." She pulled her hand back. The architect steadied her. The spiral adapted, yes, but not to resist the lock, to use it. Use it how? To gather. Lira felt cold. Gather what? The answer pressed at her mind before she could form the question. Memory. Someone was mining the sealed time, harvesting echoes from within the framework itself. The spiral hadn't gone dormant. It had gone quiet, so it could listen. Lira sat in silence after the revelation. It wasn't just about sealing the breaches anymore. It was about what lived inside the sealed places. She had assumed the lock was a boundary, something that held chaos at bay. But now it seemed the lock was also a trap, and not for the spiral. For her. The architect pulled back a portion of the framework's boundary. Only slightly. Just enough for her to see where the recursive thread led. It wasn't a place. It was a moment. An event that hadn't happened yet, except it had already begun to influence the present. A birthday party in a house with too many clocks. A girl receiving a gift in a box lined with velvet and salt. A whisper inside the wrapping. Happy Anchor Day. The child's name was Nora Vale, Mara's daughter, Quentin Vale's granddaughter, and the recipient of a clock that had never ticked, until now. Lira stepped back, trembling. The spiral. It's reaching through bloodlines. The architect didn't speak. He didn't need to. They both knew what came next. If Nora wound that clock, the recursion would become irreversible. Lira clenched her fists. Then I have to reach her, before it does. The architect raised an eyebrow. Through dreams? No. She turned back to the pedestal. Through inheritance. Lira returned to the pedestal, her mind racing. The framework pulsed in anticipation, an echo of her own urgency. She placed both hands on the watch, the ticking synchronized with her breath, and then she reached outward. Not with memory, not with thread, with legacy. At the edge of the lock, she planted a symbol, a spiral with the center intentionally left blank. It wasn't meant to seal, it was meant to invite choice. In a quiet room, hundreds of miles away, young Nora stared at the velvet box on her lap. She'd just turned 11. She didn't know why she felt uneasy unwrapping the gift. But the hesitation, it was hers. She looked at the clock nestled inside. Antique, delicate, its hands frozen at 3:07, and then, from nowhere, a single phrase passed through her mind. If the time stops. She blinked, frowned, didn't remember anyone saying that, didn't know what it meant, but something inside her whispered back, then wait. She set the clock aside, didn't wind it, didn't touch it again that night. Back in the chamber, the recursive thread pulsed once, then froze. Lira exhaled. She chose. The architect nodded. The anchor echoed. The spiral recoiled. But not for long, she said. No, he agreed. It's testing the boundaries again. Lira knew the pattern now. The spiral didn't invade with force. It suggested, offered curiosity, used time not as a weapon, but as a lure. Every sealed breach left behind a residue, a curiosity, a riddle, and the spiral waited patiently for someone, anyone, to try and solve it. She began cataloging each known breach from the past century. The train that vanished, the village that fell silent, the bells that never rang again, each an anomaly, each a story, and each had one thread in common, a question left unanswered. That was the spiral's true strength, not entropy, not destruction, doubt. The lingering what-if that turned quiet minds into seekers. That made people wind the clocks again. Lira realized she needed help. Not another anchor, something louder. A voice that could cut through the spiral's hum. One name came to mind. Mara Vale. Still alive, still listening, still haunted by her father's legacy. She summoned the architect. I need to speak to her. The recursion isn't active yet. Then now is the time. The framework trembled, uncertain, but it obeyed, and the chamber darkened, becoming a threshold, a place between time and thought, where echoes could walk and daughters could listen. Mara Vale stood at her kitchen window, watching the rain bead against the glass. She hadn't thought of the spiral in years, hadn't dreamed of her father's watch since the day she locked it in the attic, wrapped in pages torn from his journal. But lately, the ticking had returned. Not from the attic, from inside her chest. When the room flickered, she didn't flinch, just turned. The lights dimmed, the air thickened, and Lira stepped forward. Not fully real, not a ghost, just present. A whisper shaped like a woman. Mara's jaw tightened. You're the one who sent the clock to Nora." Lira nodded. "I didn't send it. I anchored it, to give her a choice. She almost wound it, but she didn't." Mara folded her arms. "Why are you here?" "Because you're the only one who still remembers what your father was trying to contain." Lira moved closer. "And because the spiral isn't finished." Mira's eyes narrowed. "I thought we closed it." Lira looked sad. "You can't close a question. Only guard the answers." Mira walked to the cupboard, pulled down a small tin box. Inside, a broken gear, a journal page marked with salt, and a pocket watch that never ticked. She held it up. "I thought this was dead. It's waiting. For what?" Lyra's voice was barely audible. "For a listener." The chamber around Lira shimmered as Mara's memory of the room bled through. Wallpaper faded between decades. The ticking of the pocket watch echoed louder, not in sound, but in resonance. Lira placed her hand gently over Mara's, their fingertips aligned over the watch's face. And suddenly, they both stood in Vale's study. Not as it was when he died, as it had been before. Books neatly shelved, a warm fire burning, dozens of synchronized clocks ticking in orchestral harmony. And at the center, Quentin Vale, alive, unaware, carefully polishing a glass casing etched with a spiral. Mara's voice caught in her throat. "I was 8 when he built that." Lira nodded. "This is your memory, still whole, still untouched by recursion." Mara turned to her. "Why show me this?" "Because this is the last moment before he started hearing the tick that didn't belong." Lira guided her forward. Together they approached the shelf behind Vale's desk. Tucked into the corner was a thin, unassuming blueprint, too modern for the room. Mara reached for it, then stopped. "This wasn't here." "Number It" slipped in, threaded into your father's attention, unnoticed. Mara slowly unrolled it. Inside, a design she didn't recognize, yet somehow knew. A gear with no teeth, a spring that wound into itself, a regulator that ticked in silence. "He built this?" Lyra's voice was grave. "He tried, but it was never meant to be built, only replicated." Mara turned the blueprint over. The paper felt older than the ink, stained in places that didn't come from water or time. "This wasn't drawn by my father." Lira nodded. "Number. But it used his memories to shape itself. The spiral doesn't create, it mimics, improves, adapts." Mara stared at the regulator drawn at the center. It pulsed faintly, though it was just ink on parchment. "Then what is it?" "A seed." They looked around the memory study again. Now it flickered. The warmth dimmed. The fire in the hearth guttered and stilled. Clocks began to stutter, and at exactly 3:07 every hand froze, including the one Mara still held. The pocket watch in her fingers ticked once, loud, clear, defiant. "It's waking," Mara whispered. "Only if we feed it," Lira replied. She moved toward Vale's desk and placed her palm flat upon its surface. The memory bent, flickered, and then responded. A hidden drawer opened. Inside was a note her father never wrote. "Time is a question, but not all questions should be asked aloud." Beneath that, in faint ink, "I hear it in her laughter now." Mara recoiled. Nora. Mara stood frozen in the shifting memory. The note's final line pulsed in her mind like a chime that would not stop ringing. "I hear it in her laughter now." She remembered the night before Nora's birthday, the way her daughter laughed in the hallway, spinning in circles while clutching that silent antique clock. She thought it had been joy, but now she recognized it as something else. Resonance. Lira placed a hand on her shoulder. The spiral doesn't need to enter through logic. It enters through love. Then I gave it an open door, Mara whispered. Number U gave her a gift. It tried to twist it. Mara's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. What do I do now? Teach her how to listen, not to the spiral, to herself. The study around them began to dissolve. The memory had given all it could. The blueprints faded to dust. The clocks melted back into silence. Mara and Lira stood once again in the twilight between dream and mechanism. Lira turned to her. You're the voice she'll hear when I cannot reach her. But I'm not the anchor. You're the echo. And sometimes echoes are louder than origin. Back in her waking world, Mara gasped. The watch on her kitchen table lay still, but her daughter, asleep down the hall, stirred. And somewhere in her dream, a spiral unraveled before it could finish forming. Lira stood alone in the chamber once again. The framework pulsed, but more softly now. No more violent tremors. No more jagged echoes. The recursive thread remained, but dormant. She traced its curve with her fingertip. It no longer spun inward. It hovered, waiting. The architect emerged from the shadows. You gave her the key. No, Lira replied. She already had it. I just reminded her which door it fits. He studied the still point of the spiral. The question remains. Yes, Lira said, but it's no longer urgent. Until it is. She smiled faintly. That's what makes it a mystery worth guarding. Across time and memory, clocks began to align again. Not perfectly, but with purpose. In a classroom, a teacher closed a lesson on symmetry and began a quiet talk on uncertainty. In a museum, a girl paused before a display of antique watches, then walked away without touching them. And in a quiet house on a rainy evening, Nora Vale sat with her mother and asked, Why do clocks tick? Mara smiled. Because they're remembering where they are. In the chamber, Lira closed her eyes. She could still hear the ticking. And now, she knew it wouldn't stop. Not because time was broken, but because someone, somewhere, was always listening. Chapter 10. The Conductor's Paradox. The chamber was quiet. Too quiet. Even the framework's hum had diminished, replaced by a kind of stillness that didn't feel natural. Lira stood at the edge of the map, watching a new thread form. It wasn't recursive, it wasn't inherited. It was introduced. Foreign. Artificial. The color of the strand was wrong. Neither silver nor violet. It shimmered with an oily blackness, like ink spilled across light. The architect appeared, his expression unreadable. A conductor has entered the sequence. Lira turned sharply. What kind of conductor? Not musical, not electric, temporal. She didn't respond right away. Instead, she reached into the framework, summoning the image of the new thread's source. It appeared as a hallway. Empty. Industrial. Flickering lights overhead. A turnstile twisted once, echoing into black. A sign above it read, Platform 9 decommissioned. Then the image blinked, replaced by a single phrase. Arrival delayed indefinitely. It's a transit loop, Lira said softly. It was. Now it's something else. A conduit? The architect nodded once. A moving anchor. Her stomach sank. That shouldn't be possible. And yet, the thread pulsed, and the ticking changed, becoming rhythmic, mechanical, like the sound of a train that never stops. The framework displayed the anomaly in shifting layers, maps over maps, transit schedules over seismic charts, echoes threaded between mechanical pulses. The deeper Lira looked, the more surreal it became. The thread wasn't fixed to a time or location. It moved. Each time she tried to pinpoint its origin, the spiral adjusted, redirected, as though the conductor knew it was being watched. The architect folded his hands behind his back. It entered the system 6 days ago, from an intersection that no longer exists. Meaning, it arrived from a moment erased in 1944. Lira felt the air change. 1944, the year of the lost transport. A military train, cargo unlisted, crew unidentified. Only one passenger accounted for. Elijah Calrow, Lira whispered. You remember? How could she not? He'd vanished along with the train during one of the earliest spiral breaches. No wreckage, no records. Just his pocket watch recovered decades later. Still ticking. Then the conductor is Calrow? Not exactly, but he may be the echo that powers it. Lira summoned the blueprint Vale had once tried to replicate. The gear without teeth. The spring that never wound down. It pulsed when brought near the transit thread. They're connected, she said. One moves, the architect replied. The other waits. Then this is no longer a lock. It's a circuit. And someone, something, was trying to complete it. Lira knew she couldn't face this anomaly alone. The framework could isolate breaches and suppress echoes, but a circuit? A living, moving mechanism that fed off recursion and motion? That required something different. It required a counterpulse. She activated the harmonic anchors. 3 points across the chamber lit up, each tied to different events she'd helped stabilize. The bells of Greystone, long since restored. The vanishing train from Wexley, now memorialized. The time-sealed manor of Quentin Vale, guarded by Mara and Nora. Each pulsed in rhythm. But as they synchronized, she saw it. A gap, a missing 4th point. The conductor was disrupting the geometry, turning it from a square into a triangle with weight. The imbalance rippled across the chamber. Clocks sputtered. The framework stuttered. One harmonic strand snapped in two with a sound like a bone breaking. Lira dropped to one knee, clutching her head. Inside her mind, a voice murmured, "You can't lock what never stops." She forced her way back to standing. Then we'll stop it long enough to listen. She walked to the transit junction etched in the center of the map. Platform 9, decommissioned, but not forgotten. She remembered the rumors. A signal heard at random stations. A melody played over dead speakers at 3:07 a.m. A voice distorted, announcing, "All aboard." The architect warned her, "If you board it, you may not return on time's terms." Lira gripped the chronospire, the tuning fork-like rod that let her phase between moments, and leveled her voice. It's not about returning. It's about interrupting. The framework narrowed the thread into a doorway. Metal, old, painted over too many times, yet still bearing a single etched symbol. A spiral folded in on itself. Lira stepped forward. The door opened, not with a creak, but with a sigh. And she stepped onto the platform. It was night, always night, cold metal underfoot. The air smelled of ash and static. The tracks stretched out in both directions, vanishing into dark fog. Then she heard it. The train. No horn, just a growing pressure in the rails, and a low, distant chime, like a grandfather clock in mourning. It emerged from the fog slowly. A silhouette at first, then detail. Polished black steel, no markings. Windows sealed shut, and yet Lira could feel eyes on her from within. The door opened with a hiss. She hesitated at the threshold, then stepped inside. The train interior was impossible. Too wide, too quiet. No rows of seats, just doors. Dozens of them, each labeled with a date. Some familiar, others completely alien. She reached for one marked July 3rd, 1944, Calro Manifest. And just before she touched it, a voice behind her whispered, "Ticket, please." She turned slowly. The figure before her was dressed in a formal conductor's uniform, immaculate, though aged beyond wear. His face was obscured by a visor of glass etched with gears. He held out a gloved hand, palm up. "Ticket, please." Lira didn't flinch. "I wasn't issued one." The conductor tilted his head. "All passengers are issued access. It's only a matter of whether they acknowledge it." She opened her hand, and, to her own surprise, there it was. A thin card, warm to the touch, marked with a single number, 307. The conductor accepted it without reaction. "Time of passage confirmed." "Where does this go?" "To the memory of motion." "And if I want to get off?" "Then you should not have stepped on." He gestured to the door marked July 3rd, 1944. "This car is yours." Lira approached the door again. Its surface pulsed as she neared, revealing a hazy image beneath the date. A train platform. Fog. A man boarding alone. Elijah Calro. He turned briefly, as if sensing her, then disappeared inside. She touched the handle. The door opened. She stepped through into a moment lost to history. Wind whipped around her. Dust scattered across the wooden planks of an old station. A sign read, "North Vale Spur." And, in the distance, the train that should have never existed whistled once. Waiting. Lira stood on the edge of forgotten history. The air in 1944 was thick with coal and cold iron. She could feel the spiral here, not in the ground or sky, but in the intent of the moment. This was where the circuit began, where Calro boarded with knowledge he was never meant to carry. She moved along the platform, unnoticed. Time in this state was viscous, aware of her, but unwilling to engage unless she forced it. That gave her freedom. And danger. She followed Calro's path as he passed a row of officials, none of whom acknowledged him. He carried nothing but a steel case. Lira knew what was inside without opening it. The original mechanism, the eternal regulator before it fractured. She stepped onto the train after him. Inside was not the same train she had just left. This was simpler. Wooden walls, brass fixtures, but the doors were still there, disguised as compartments. She opened one, found a mirror ringed with salt, and scrawled across the glass in soot, "Don't let it complete the loop." Lira turned to see Calro watching her. He looked young, too young, eyes bright but burdened. He didn't seem surprised. "You're from the end, aren't you?" "No," she said softly. "I'm from the moment that tries to hold it back." He lifted the case. "I wasn't supposed to bring this, but I heard it. I thought I could contain it. And now it wants to finish what you started." Calro sat down across from her, the case between them like a tombstone. He looked at it without blinking. "They told me it was a regulator, a perfect mechanism, made before calendars, before belief." Lira listened, absorbing every word. "It wasn't made to tell time," he said. "It was made to keep something out." She leaned forward. "Then why carry it onto the train?" He gave a weary smile. "Because I didn't know it was already inside." He opened the case. Inside, the eternal regulator, pristine, untouched. But as Lira looked closer, she saw it ticking. Not forward, not backward, but inward. A spiral of motion that devoured itself. "It's trying to loop," she murmured. "Always has," Calro said. "That's why the clock stopped. Not because time ended, because it couldn't escape the fold." She met his eyes. "You want to break the loop?" "No," he said. "I want to be the loop's last memory." Before she could speak, he slid the case toward her. "Take it. When the train moves again, step off. It will try to follow. But if you carry the regulator back through the chamber, it'll anchor to the framework." He nodded once. "And if it does, you can lock it. For now." The train began to hum. The windows blurred. The spiral stirred. Lira clutched the case and the door behind her creaked open. A path back to Platform 9. The instant Lira crossed the threshold back to Platform 9, the world changed. She could feel it in the gravity of her bones. The regulator pulsed inside the case, heavier now, aware. The train behind her hissed, doors closing, windows vanishing into black steel once more. She turned to face the conductor. He bowed slightly. "Your passage is complete. You knew what was in the case. We know what all passengers carry, but not all declare it." She stepped away from the platform, back toward the framework's reach point. Each step felt slower, not because of time, but because of resistance. The spiral didn't want to be anchored. It wanted to move, to spread. She felt it testing her, whispers curling in her ear. Let it tick. Let it finish. One more loop. She didn't answer. Instead, she gripped the case harder and focused on the architect's presence waiting just beyond the veil. Back in the chamber, the framework sparked. The harmonic points faltered again, threads bending toward the spiral's curve. Lira emerged through the gate, knees buckling, breath ragged. The architect caught her before she fell. "You retrieved it." She nodded, holding up the case. "It's not just a regulator. It's a memory engine. It makes reality relive itself." "Then let's make sure it forgets." The framework prepared for containment. Threads realigned, lattices emerged, golden, humming softly, drawn not from recursion, but from choice. Lira placed the regulator at the center of the chamber. It pulsed once, then again, each time stronger, like a heartbeat out of sync. "Now," she said to the architect. He extended the harmonic key. A device shaped like an hourglass split horizontally. The top half spun with inertia. The bottom remained still. Together, they pressed it against the base of the case. The regulator reacted violently. The chamber shuddered. Clocks warped. Every echo in the framework cried out at once. "It's fighting," the architect warned. "Good," Lira said. "It means it knows we're winning." Suddenly, the regulator opened, not mechanically, but conceptually. Its spiral unraveled. Images poured from it. Every loop it had preserved, every timeline it had devoured. Whole lives replayed in a blur of regret and recursion. And then, stillness. The spiral froze. At exactly 3:07. "Now," Lira shouted. The architect sealed the chamber. Light poured from every seam. The framework consumed the spiral's echo, not to destroy it, to contain the memory without the motion. The regulator shut. For the first time in centuries, it did not tick. Not forward, not back, just silence. The framework's glow dimmed. The chamber was quiet, but not in fear, in peace. The kind of quiet that came not from absence, but from resolution. Lira stood slowly, staring at the inert regulator now sealed beneath the crystalline core. The architect lowered his hands. "It won't loop again." "For now," she replied. He studied her face. "You still carry part of it." She nodded. "It showed me too much." That is what memory does. But it's also what allows us to choose differently. Across the plains of echo and time, harmonics reset. In Rothmore, silence lifted. In Greystone, the bells rang again. At Belmere Hotel, room 616 finally locked, forever sealed. and on the invisible tracks near Harrogate no train would pass again. Lira watched them all realign, no longer perfect, but true. She turned to the architect. "We've locked it here, but what if someone builds it again?" He gave a rare, small smile. "Then we'll remind them. Time is a question. But not all questions are safe to ask." And beneath the sealed regulator, carved in glass only Lira could read, "Memory acknowledged, loop denied." Chapter 11. The Architect's Silence. The framework had never been so still. No loops, no surges, no recursive spirals pulling time inward. Just a quiet hum, like the ticking of a watch long since unwound. Lira walked its halls alone. She should have felt relief. Instead, she felt the weight of something missing. The architect was gone. Not vanished, not erased, absent. His seat in the upper junction sat untouched. Lira carried the mirror into the Nexus chamber, the most stable room in the framework, untouched by breach or echo. She placed it at the center and activated the anchor runes etched beneath the floor. The mirror pulsed once, twice, then released a wave of static that formed a circle of light around it. Above the glass, symbols, old, pre-recursive, not letters, not numbers, designs. They shimmered like frost on steel, each one tied to a name long forgotten, and one, dead center, still flickering. Valen. She whispered the name aloud. The room dimmed, and the framework spoke in a voice not heard in centuries. Identity query restored. Lira stepped back. The architect's true designation had been erased from record. But now the framework remembered. Valen hadn't been born of time. He had been built to guard it, and now his creation was calling him home. She felt the tremor ripple outward, tiny fractures forming in old memories. Not damage, awakening. The architect had sealed his true self behind recursion to keep the regulator from knowing him. But now that it was locked, he was surfacing. She had to act before he was lost in the swirl of awakening timelines. If Valen remembered everything at once, he might cease to exist as an individual, becoming part of the framework itself. Forever silent. No note, no signal. Only a single item lay where he should have been. A mirror, black as obsidian. Its surface shimmered faintly, rippling when she approached. She knelt before it, running a hand across the frame. The moment she touched it, her reflection blinked. And then it wasn't her face staring back. It was his, tired, resolute, and whispering something soundless. She concentrated, lips reading his movements. When the memory holds too long, even the guardian forgets his name. The surface cracked once, then stilled. She stared down at the mirror. "He didn't leave," she murmured. "He was pulled in." And if that was true, then the spiral hadn't been the only thing looped. The architect had been guarding something he could no longer remember. Lira knew the risk. To pull Valen out of the recursion safely, she would need a temporal thread, one not bound by logic or chronology. A personal anchor. She turned to the harmonic table and summoned the oldest records she could find on the architect's origins. Each record flickered, redacted, corrupted. But there was one document that survived untouched. A journal. Faded leather, silver latch. The cover read, "4V if you forget." She opened it. Inside, sketches, not of machines but of moments. A boy holding a broken watch. A field under eclipse. A bridge suspended in fog, where two shadows shook hands. In the margin of the final page, handwritten, "If the locks all fail and the hours run in reverse, find the girl in the red coat. She carries my echo." Lira's breath caught. She remembered that coat. It was hers. She'd worn it the day they met. a training session. The wind had torn the hem as she climbed the outer scaffolds of the framework. He'd caught her hand before she fell. His first words, "I knew you'd be reckless, but I didn't know you'd be this stylish." She hadn't realized it was his memory. He'd built part of her into his failsafe. She pressed her palm to the mirror again. "Valen, this is Lira. You know me. You trusted me." The mirror flickered, and from its depths a voice, thin like a whisper in a storm. "I remember. The coat." The framework responded immediately. Light poured from the etched floor, spiraling upward in ribbons of fractured reflection. The mirror rose, suspended between anchors, and from it, Valen emerged. Not as the stoic architect she remembered, but as a younger version. A man barely past 30, eyes wide with rediscovered memory. He stumbled, disoriented. Lira caught him. "Easy," she said softly. "You've been asleep a long time." He looked at her, recognition blooming like sunrise. "Lira," she nodded. "You hid yourself. Deep. Deeper than anyone ever has." "I had to. The spiral knew our faces. It wanted us." He sat on the edge of the framework's dais, hands shaking. "How long was I gone?" "Not long, but long enough that the chamber forgot your name." He closed his eyes, inhaling the air like it was new. "I left clues, didn't I?" "You did. In me." A silence passed. Not uncomfortable, just full. Then he smiled faintly. "You still have the coat?" She laughed, despite everything. "Somewhere. Moth-bitten, probably cursed. But yes." He grew serious again. "If I've returned, it means something else is coming." "The regulator's locked," Lira said. "But that doesn't mean there isn't a second pulse." He nodded slowly. "Then we need to find where the spiral first learned to divide." "Before it was a loop," she whispered, "when it was still a decision." They began tracing the recursion maps from the earliest divergences. Not breaches, not ruptures, but choices. Decisions where time bent slightly, not to break, but to accommodate. "The spiral doesn't begin with catastrophe," Valen said. "It begins with kindness." Lira raised an eyebrow. "That's poetic. Also confusing. Someone saw what was coming, and instead of allowing collapse, they tried to soften it, preserve something. That intention was the first fork." They located it. Buried in the framework's most ancient record, a fragment marked only "The Watchmaker's Mercy, 0001 Delta." It depicted a solitary man placing a broken timepiece on a child's grave, not to mark death, but to promise return. Lira stared at the image. Who was the child? No records remain. And the man? Valen paused. Then, my predecessor. The watchmaker, not an architect, not an engineer, but the one who started the framework, before loops, before correction, a single being who refused to forget. Valen touched the record's edge. He passed the burden to me. Lira watched him carefully. And what did he hide? Valen exhaled. A doorway, to the moment before time chose to spiral. The framework resisted the opening of the doorway. Not because it lacked permission, but because the moment they were about to access had never truly existed. It had been hypothesized in fragments. The 0 hour, the origin pause, the pre-choice interval, but no one had entered it, until now. Valen constructed the gate by hand, no automation, no recursive threading, just gears, mirrors, and a single vial of sand. Lira recognized the material immediately. Is that chronosilt? He confirmed. Harvested from the hourglass delta before it collapsed. He poured it into the final groove, and the door shimmered. Are you ready? He asked. Lira tightened her grip on her gauntlet. To walk into the moment before everything bent? Sure. They passed through, and for a moment, everything stopped. No color, no sound, only sensation, a pressure behind the eyes, like a thought forming in someone else's mind. And then, they stood in a vast hall of nothing. White fog, infinite mirrors, and a single child standing alone, holding a shattered timepiece. The child looked no older than 10, genderless, ageless. Their eyes shimmered with reflections that didn't belong to them, entire lifetimes compressed into seconds. In their hands, a watch. Its face was cracked. The hands spun slowly, not in circles, but in fractals. Lira stepped forward cautiously. "Are you the watchmaker's child?" The child looked up, then down at the watch. "He said I'd be remembered," they whispered. "But all I do is remember him." Valen approached, eyes wide. "This is the genesis of recursion," he said softly. "Not a machine, a memory carried too long." The child stepped back. "He told me never to wind it again, but I wanted to see him." "And when you did?" Lira asked gently. Everything folded. They offered the watch to her. "I don't want to be the beginning anymore." Lira hesitated. This was the moment before spiral, before decision. If she took the watch, she would become part of the origin. The framework might try to embed her as the new anchor. Valen nodded to her. "You're the only one it hasn't looped. You're still unwritten." She reached out, wrapped her fingers around the watch, and time exploded inward. Lyra's breath caught as she fell through sensation. She wasn't in a place. She was in a concept, a storm of not-quite thoughts, where decisions hadn't yet hardened into moments. Images crashed around her. The first tick of a pendulum, a hand refusing to let go, a voice whispering, "Let it spiral, and you lose everything." The fractured watch pulsed in her palm, its pieces suspended mid-shatter. She saw herself, at every age, every choice point. In one strand, she never became a detective. In another, she was the regulator. And in one, she saw herself placing the watch on the child's grave. "No," she said, tears in her voice, "you don't own me." She crushed the spinning hands of the watch in her grip. Instead of pain, there was release. Time didn't collapse. It breathed, like a lung finally allowed to exhale. She landed, hard, on the framework floor, the child's form dissolving like dust in sunrise. Valen was at her side in an instant. "You severed the echo," he said in awe. "No," she whispered. "I let it remember, but without dictating what comes next." She opened her palm. The shattered watch was whole again, but the hands were still, waiting. The framework adapted instantly. Harmonics shifted to align not with past recurrence but potential variance. The timelines stopped vibrating in loops. Instead, they branched. Not wildly, intelligently. Like a vine freed from a trellis, growing toward the light. Valen stood in the center of it all, eyes closed, smiling faintly. "We've changed the core," he said. "We didn't break it," Lira added. "We gave it a choice." He looked down at the newly restored watch in her hand. "And now, what do we do with it?" She stared at it. It no longer threatened. It invited. "We don't lock it away," she said. "We don't worship it. We learn from it. And we teach others not to fear their own echoes." Valen nodded. "You've become more than a recorder of time. And you're no longer its warden." They stood silently as the framework continued to breathe, alive for the first time. All of its clocks had started again, but none were synchronized. Each beat individually, a mosaic of voices in perfect disharmony. And then a signal came through. Not from within the framework, but from outside. A breach signal, not malicious, but urgent. Someone else. Remembered. The signal pulsed through the framework, clear, resonant, and strangely familiar. Lira turned to the console. The identifier was ancient, buried in deprecated records, yet unmistakable. "It's from the Belmere Hotel," she whispered. "Room 616. Valen blinked. That recursion closed. Apparently, someone just reopened it. The screen displayed coordinates, not of a location, of a moment, one that had fractured before, but never truly healed. A voice cut through the feed, faint, hoarse. "Don't let it start again." Lira and Valen exchanged a look. "Looks like we're not done." "Not yet," he said, "but we're better prepared now." Lira pocketed the restored watch, its hands still motionless, waiting, just like them. "Let's go remind Time who it answers to." And across the framework, a new protocol was quietly issued. No loops, no locks, only learning. We arrived in silence. No alarms, no flashing breaches. Just the gentle hum of a clock long paused. Room 616 looked the same. Velvet wallpaper, flickering gaslight-style lamps, the faint scent of lavender and old dust. But something was different. The air felt stretched, like it was waiting for a sound that had never come. Valen placed his hand on the door. "It remembers us." "Good," I said. "Maybe it'll tell us the truth this time." He opened the door, and there, sitting in the armchair once occupied by Dr. Adrian Rowe, was himself, not an echo, not a memory, but Valen, younger, untouched by recursion, the one who had entered room 616 long ago and never left. The younger Valen, his hair darker, his eyes sharper, didn't flinch at our arrival. He simply looked up and said, "I've been waiting for you to let me go." Valen, the Valen beside me, stepped forward slowly. "You stayed to anchor the recursion." "I stayed because I thought Time needed a sacrifice," his younger self said. "But you proved it doesn't." The air shimmered slightly, and the walls of room 616 pulsed with faint light. The recursion was unwinding, but not collapsing. It was releasing the version of Valen who had become the room. "Can you come with us?" I asked. Younger Valen stood. He looked at his hands, then the pocket watch on the nightstand, its hands permanently fixed at 11:59. "No. This version of me is a metaphor now, but I can leave you with something better." He touched the watch. It began to tick. One beat, then another. "The hour that never struck," he said. "Now it will." The recursion cracked, but instead of vanishing, it folded outward, creating a new corridor in the framework, one untouched by breach, preserved in clarity. "It's not a trap anymore," Valen whispered. "It's a path." The watch glowed, and the room faded. We emerged into the framework's outer perimeter, what we once called the Echo Rim. But it no longer resembled a collapsing net of timelines. It looked like a library, not of books, of moments, each housed in suspended memory frames, flickering like candlelight on glass. Valen reached out and touched one. A spiral began to form, but this time it wasn't recursive. It was narrative. "We've changed the physics of reflection," he said. "No longer recursive. Now it's responsive." "We can trace consequences," I said in awe. "Not just causes." He nodded. "And more importantly, we can choose which ones to preserve." In one frame, I saw myself confronting the regulator. In another, Valen's first encounter with the watchmaker's journal. And in one, the child, now smiling. I placed the ticking watch into the central archway. The system responded instantly. Threads spun outward like a loom weaving new possibility. We weren't just guarding time anymore. We were curating it, letting it grow, learning with it, not against it. "It's beautiful," I whispered. "It's alive," Valen said, "and now we are too." As the framework stabilized, something unexpected happened. The restored regulator, sealed and dormant until now, began to glow, not with threat, with invitation. It projected a symbol into the air, a spiral gently unwinding, transforming into an open eye. I stepped closer. "It's trying to show us something." Valen tilted his head. Not a memory, a question. The image flickered, then resolved into a scene, a future possibility, a city of crystal and dusk suspended above oceans of clouds, and at its center a tower, not of clocks or gears but of windows, each one reflecting a different version of us, some older, some younger, some alone, some united. "It's asking us where we want to go," I murmured. Valen looked at me. "And who we want to become." He extended his hand. "Together?" I took it. "Always." The framework pulsed once more, not as a machine, not even as a system, but as a companion, an echo no longer chasing itself, but asking to be heard. We walked through the open corridor that had once been the recursion's final trap. It now shimmered with light, amber, soft, rhythmic, not artificial, organic. The framework had begun to emulate life, not merely mimicking it, but evolving in harmony with the intentions of those within. And with every step we took, our memories weren't consumed. They were woven, folded into the corridors not as commands or restrictions, but as guides. In one chamber, we saw Rothmore again. Only this time, it wasn't silent. Its radios worked. Its people laughed. The fields bloomed in symmetrical spirals. "That was your doing," Valen said. "No," I replied. "That was the villagers. We just gave them their voice back." He smiled. And when we moved on, I carried the image of the radio operator. No longer slumped, but broadcasting a folk tune across the hills. Further down, the dream train of Harrogate shimmered past. Passengers stared at us, then nodded, their journey now complete, their destination real. Time wasn't just restored, it was respected. At the end of the corridor stood a final chamber we had never seen before. Its door bore no number, no title, only a symbol, a spiral folded inward until it became a seed. We exchanged a glance, then opened it. Inside was a circular room of reflective glass, not mirrors, memories, suspended in the walls, drifting like lanterns in deep water. Each one pulsed gently as we approached. Valen reached for one, and a whisper echoed. This moment was once forgotten. He touched it. A child and a father laughing over a broken sundial, teaching each other time. These are the lost fragments, I realized. All the events that were erased by recursion, the ones the framework could never preserve, until now. Valen turned to me. And now we can choose which to remember. Not as historians, not as wardens, but as witnesses. We stood in silence for a long moment. Then I selected one fragment, a single bell ringing in Greystone's fog. The night the town stopped holding its breath. The nighttime forgave itself. I held the memory gently, unsure how long it had drifted in the void. It pulsed warmly in my hands, responding not to thought, but to presence. "What will you do with it?" Valen asked. "Return it," I said, "to where it was needed most." With a thought, the fragment rose from my palms and ascended into the chamber's dome. There, it joined the others. No longer forgotten, but integrated. Outside, in places far from the framework, bells would ring again. Moments once lost would ripple subtly into lives that never knew they'd been missing something. "We're becoming curators of possibility," Valen said, "and custodians of grace." He turned, then held up the restored timepiece. Its hands ticked, then stopped, then ticked again. Not broken, breathing. "This isn't the end," he said. "No," I agreed. "It's the pause before the next beginning." We exited the chamber. The framework didn't close behind us. It opened further. New wings, new passages, new stories waiting to be remembered. The framework now extended beyond any schematic we'd ever seen. Its expansion wasn't just architectural, it was philosophical. Time was no longer a line, nor a spiral, nor a trap. It was a garden, with every moment a seed, every echo a blossom. And we were no longer detectives or architects. We were gardeners of narrative, tending what had been lost, encouraging what had never been allowed to grow. We found a terminal awaiting our input. On the screen, a single prompt. Define the function of memory. I looked to Valen. He didn't answer with words. Instead, he placed the ticking timepiece on the console. Its presence was the answer. The system responded, acknowledged, function redefined. Memory is no longer archive. It is invitation. The framework pulsed with acceptance, not control, not obedience, but consent. We stood in the center of the framework's heart, a chamber we hadn't even known existed. No machinery, no terminals, just silence. And in that silence, understanding. The watches, clocks, and timepieces that once governed this place no longer dictated tempo. They now reflected it, ticking in rhythm with the living world, not ahead or behind. Valen turned to me, eyes soft. "What do we do now?" "We stay," I said, "but not as guardians. As students, we built a table in the chamber's center, not to command from, to gather around. Over time, others came, not just former echoes or unlooped threads. Real people, curious minds, hearts unburdened by recursion, drawn to the scent of possibility. They didn't need to be told what the framework was. They felt it, and they brought stories of their own. The timepiece remained in its cradle, still, quiet, but when someone sat beside it with a memory that mattered, it ticked, just once, as if to say, "I see you." Years passed, or maybe none at all. In the framework, time had ceased to be something counted. It was now something cultivated, like breath, or kindness, or a well-told story. We never needed to reset the regulator again, not because we destroyed it, but because we understood it. It wasn't a weapon, it was a question, asked by a long-forgotten mind who didn't want to be erased. And the answer we gave was not control, not silence, but remembrance. I visit the timepiece sometimes, run my fingers along its edge. It still stops at 3:07 from time to time. But when it does, I smile. Because I know now, it's not frozen, it's listening. And every time it ticks again, it means someone, somewhere, had the courage to remember. You've just traveled through fractured memory and broken time. If you listened closely, you may have heard it ticking again. Brief pause. Fade in the Dreamy detective logo with soft, ambient tones. Subscribe for more immersive mysteries. And remember, some questions echo louder when the clocks are silent.